Bekkerud right there.
It's me.
Finally, she's back.
Yeah, now I feel better.
Finally, here we go on YouTube. Let's get this thing started. Hey, everybody on YouTube. We're kicking things off once again on a wonderful Friday night here. Early Saturday morning. And add an extra half an hour if you're in Newfoundland. We absolutely love having you on tonight. Yes, it is the Roundtable. Tonight we will be joined by the man in the khaki pants and white Stan Smith leather tennis shoes from 1978, William Pullin, our UFO historian, Cryptid Tales editor, producer, actress extraordinaire, the lovely and talented and absolutely stunning Amber Bekkerud. We got the man who literally makes sure that bandanas stay in style. Joey Bandanas is with us from the SOR News Wire. And there he is, the man who needs no introduction. He is a myth. He is a legend. He is the guy who is taking over YouTube one sycophant at a time, Little Richie G from GUFON Radio.
That's right, baby.
Oh my God! You went a little bit. You went a little RFB on us there, Rich.
A little bit.
All right, Cable Guy Matt's in the house. Hey, everybody! Remember, you can get your free piece of coaxial cable autographed by Cable Guy Matt. Remember, you cannot buy these in stores, so make sure you request one. Limit one per household, according to Cable Guy Matt.
Damn it.
What's the matter,
Is this
Will?
the beginning of the show?
No, they were just live on YouTube right now.
Only one per household? That's
I know. He's a cheap bastard that way. Hi, Spookles. How you doing? Redheaded Lisa, Shanna Banana, Asteroid, how you doing? Moonstone, good to have you here. Mark, always a pleasure. Wayland, thank you for coming in. Generation X, thank you. Yes, Jen, we got you covered there. You notice I put generation? Yeah, that was me. That's my doing. Jack, Mala, how are you?
Nice.
Tammy, thanks for coming on in. Who else we got here? Joey Bandanas. He's in their room too. Look at that. It's not scary. He does not bite. Jesus, good to see you. And who else we got? I think that's it. I think we're caught up. I think we are caught up. Derek, what's going on, man? How we all doing tonight? We ready? We ready? Huh?
we're good.
Yeah. We're going to have a good show tonight. We're going to have a real good show tonight. Bigfoot, Michigan Rob, and the Phenom are in. That's good stuff. Jason, good to have you here. Little Richie G is here. William Pullin, Amber Bekkerud, and the new voice, the man, the myth behind the bandana, Joey, the moon. Oh, yes. Where is Fap? Where is Fap? We got to sing Grandma Rose happy birthday tonight. We're going to sing Grandma Rose happy birthday, all of us, because she turned 97 years old yesterday. Our oldest listener, Fap's grandma, 97 years old. That is pretty awesome. Pretty damn awesome.
Is she hot?
Maybe. William Pullin, look at that alien head you're throwing in there. Philip, good to have you here. TSW, Parababes, how you doing? Are you really Parababes?
Man, look at that beard.
I want to see the Parababes. Darcy, how you doing, man? Good to have you here. Way to come on in there, Josh. Just sliding right in, nice and quiet. Perfect. Amber, how are you? You're awfully quiet, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice.
I'm surviving over here.
Nice.
Half an hour ahead of everybody.
I know. What's it like being that far in the future, like 30 minutes ahead of everybody?
It's interesting. I get messages from Kelly every once in a while asking me how the future is so that he knows what to prepare for. So that's always fun.
Right on. We do that with our Aussie contingent too. So, you know, I always check in with our Aussie and New Zealand. 1 second here. Oh, come on, you stupid mouse. I hate when I do that. Spreaker's going to be hearing us right now, but hold on. There we go. Now we're going to go quiet. All right. Yeah. I always check in with our Aussie and New Zealand crowd to see how tomorrow's looking, to see if I'm actually living. Stu, how you doing, man?
Well played.
Yeah. There he is. Little Richie G has entered the chat room. He has entered the chat room. There he is. The legend himself. Little Richie G. Little Richie.
That guy's a legend in his own mind.
Oh, man. Richie G was fired up today, people. Richie G was fired up today. Hey, Corin's the booking guy.
Was. Good man.
Oh, little Richie G was pissing people off today.
I was? Oh, yeah. Earlier I was, right.
Yes, you
Good
were.
man. Good man.
Yes, you were, you dirty bastard.
I didn't
you.
think I thought I was being exactly the way I should have been to not get banned.
Exactly. All right, guys, 10 seconds. We're going to fire this thing up. Let's do this, the SOR Roundtable tonight. All right. We're going to have some fun. Enjoy. Give us a thumbs up if you don't mind, YouTube. The super chat is open, and a great way to support this show is to join our Space Travelers Club at our website for $5 a month and do a little shopping at the SOR Vault. We're going to have a great show tonight. Hope you enjoy. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show, including all of our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. If you want to take a listen to our archives, they are free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, like rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR News Wire and much more. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show, and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. Near the end of each month, I like to kick back, relax, bring out my Zen, my Chi, my tarot cards, you name it. I also bring in some of my good friends to hang out and chat with all of you about the strange month that was in the paranormal and supernatural with the SOR Roundtable. The guests have no clue what we are going to be talking about tonight, so they'll have to be quick on their feet to answer some of the questions I will throw at them. Tonight, we are joined by UFO historian William Pullin, who wears a very nice pair of khaki slacks. GUFON Radio's Rich Giordano. Later on, we're going to be joined by Lorien Fenton from the Fenton Perspective. We have from Spaced Out Radio, Cryptid Tales host Amber Bekkerud. She is lovely, she is talented, and what a killer smile she has for the radio. And of course, the man behind the bandana, Moon Joey, who writes for the SOR News Wire on our website. And we're going to have some fun tonight. Panel, welcome to the show. We're going to kick things off right off the bat here, because April was a busy month for all of us, because it was our first full month that really, really made us insane from staying at home. And I want to get the COVID stuff out of the way right off the bat, because the best thing that happened in my world through COVID-19 was the fact that Kenneth Copeland blew it all away. Little Richie G, I know you played this video, COVID-19. You know, I know you know what I'm talking about.
I love that guy. Yeah.
You know, what do you think about that? What do you think about him going and blowing it all away?
The COVID wind. And it's ridiculous. He's got his henchmen next to him repeating everything he says. Like, you know, you got the bully and they repeat everything the bully says. COVID-19 ain't real. COVID-19 ain't real, you know, and they just repeat everything he says. I understand the guy wants to be relevant and stay, you know, on everybody's mind. He wants that money to keep coming in. So he's over-exaggerating, but he's known to do that. So what do you expect from that guy?
You know what? What I expect is some honesty. All right. The man is worth $760 million as a television preacher. And he has the nerve to go to his congregation for new planes, for bigger buildings. I mean, remember, this is the same guy who said that he can't travel on public planes because there's too many demons intermingling with the people. I mean, this is how ridiculous this man is. Amber, I want to bring you in here. You know, when you hear the ridiculousness, because, you know, whether you believe there are conspiracies or not around COVID-19, the fact is we do know there is a disease. And for this man to make fun of this, that he's blowing it away, I think it's shameful. You know, this has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with anybody's religious choice or practices. But I thought it was embarrassing, Amber. What about you?
Honestly, from the little bit I've seen of it, because I mean, I've taken like a hardcore social media break through all of this anyway. Yeah, just seeing the few things that I have about that in particular, or other, you know, talk show preachers, television preachers that are just dismissing everything away. I'm sitting here shaking my head being like, this is very real. You know, this isn't just something that's like, something to be, it's not to be ignored, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I don't know, it's a very real thing, and to just kind of push it to the wayside and be like, no, it's nothing, I don't know what you're talking about, you know, when obviously it's something when the whole world has joined in on this, right? So it is shameful. I do agree, it is very shameful that that's where he went with it.
No, I totally agree with you. And, you know, to make fun of it, to say that you're blowing it all the way while people are dying in hospital of all this, I mean, you got to stop. You have to pick your places, William, don't you think?
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's completely out of line. I mean, you're talking about a disease that's here now. It's killing individuals. And yet people are making light of it. They're either stating unequivocally that it doesn't exist, it's a hoax, or what have you, or they're making uninformed statements, or like this gentleman does, or I use the term gentleman loosely. He's just blowing it off as if it's not grounded in reality. It's here. It's a fact that this disease is, I guess, here to stay. I mean, the way they're painting it. This whole scenario has blossomed into an opportunity to spread misinformation. An opportunity for people to gather and get access to information from sources they really shouldn't pay attention to. I mean, if I want a medical perspective on my own health, I'm not going to talk to a politician. I'm not going to talk to a auto mechanic. I'm going to talk to a medical professional. And yet people are making decisions and they're listening to their politicians make statements about medical fact. And they're not trained to talk in that direction. I mean, if I wanted to level my house, I wouldn't talk to a bus driver, would I? No. So why would I possibly want to get medical advice from a politician? Why would I want to listen to a person that's making statements that are so outrageous and embarrassing? And the strange thing is that he probably won't lose any followers. After this rant and he's just blowing it away and addressing it like it's a non-issue, he may not lose any followers. It won't hurt his credibility at all. It won't hurt his popularity. It'll be like nothing ever happened. I guess I don't know if that's a statement about him, his followers, or society in general. But it's a horrible enough situation with the disease, and then you add the kind of behavior the way some people are acting. It's downright embarrassing, Dave.
Moonjoy, we give you the final word here through the bandana tonight on this because you follow the writing of the news of what's going on, writing for our SOR News Wire and Captain Shirk. You know, when you look at everything that's gone on through all of this, you know, is this just dumbing down people by blowing it all away like Kenneth Copeland did?
Well, I just can't understand how he thinks he can just rub it in people's faces and play them for stupid. I mean, just like the COVID virus, I guess something good could come out of it, and that is that he's a good example of a bad example.
That's a great answer. A great answer. And, I want to say this. I have a couple people close to me who are battling on this on the front lines. My cousin Darren, who is a disease specialist up here in Canada, he's been a doctor for the last almost 30 years. He's on the front lines of this. I take advice from him on this because he's leading one of the COVID programs here in British Columbia. I also look at the front row workers, the nurses out there, Goddess Michelle on Twitter. I mean, these people are heroes in trying to stop this pandemic, trying to help those who are deathly ill and in need of human help. And those are the people I take advice from. I recommend anybody out there, to say thank you to all our healthcare people like Goddess Michelle, who's on Twitter tonight at #SpacedOutRadio. We love you. And, we want to make sure that they get recognized because they're the ones on the front line. They are the people that we need to be watching. And just do yourself a favor. Wash your bloody hands and don't breathe on people. It's simple. It's simple. We can do it, people. All right, let's move on here to the next topic. Earlier this month, I had a historian on named Jim Goodall. Jim Goodall has been the official photographer, or was the official photographer for aircraft like the SR-71. He's written about 27 books on military aircraft and so on and so forth. He was the first person ever to get a picture in 1989 and have it published of the F-117 stealth fighter. This got me thinking, everyone, and William, we're going to start with you on this one, if you don't mind. When the United States military retires an aircraft, they always have something to replace it with. Yet when the SR-71 retired back in 1992, they never showed a replacement. Everybody assumes there was this hidden secret Aurora program, as well as other stealth type aircraft that came out of Area 51. What's your thoughts regarding that? What do you think we really should accept the excuse that, almost 30 years later, 28 years later, that we rely on satellites? Or is the technology there and we're having fun with it?
I think it's a little of both. We have technology that I can safely assume, it's reasonable to assume that they've developed another aircraft to replace the F-117. That's a logical step in that direction. The military, although the military, at least the Air Force, has been exploring technologies that are unmanned, drones, things of that nature. So are they utilizing some of that in their stealth technology? Are they using that in their efforts to spy on other countries? I think so. But this is definitely a hiccup because in previous generations of aircraft, when one was retired, there were whisperings that there was another aircraft that was prepared to replace it. And we had the whisperings of the Aurora, but that hasn't surfaced yet. So something's changed along those lines at this point. But is our technology advanced enough for us to be able to spy with just satellites alone? I guess to some extent we can. But it's almost like planetary exploration. You can only gain so much information through satellites and lunar landers, things of that nature. At some point, you need to send boots on the ground. You need to send men there or women there to explore wherever you're going. So when you're spying on a country, trying to gain stealthy information about that country, you wanted to have satellites, you want to have drones, but at some point you should have a piloted craft for that endeavor. So I think the Aurora, something like that, is a reality. But I think they may have, I guess, hedged their bets a little bit, and maybe they're applying more unmanned technology in that direction. So that's my take on it.
All right, Joey, let's go to you here. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that ever since the Cold War, the U.S. has always tried to stay one step ahead of everyone else. And I just think that maybe perhaps they have finally reached a point where they have something that is just so good, so far ahead of what anyone else has, that they're not going to show it. And they're just going to act like they don't have anything else. I had a teacher a long time ago that told me that the best weapon you have against your enemy is for them not to know your strengths. So I think this might be the case here.
Yeah.
What do you think's flying out there, Joey?
Hypersonic.
Now, you're a guy who has taken time right out of touring Utah, the Nevada deserts, and everything like that. Do you think it's hidden at Area 51, or do you think it's somewhere else?
I think it's somewhere else because that's where everyone thinks it is.
Good answer. Amber, let's get you on this one. I know you're totally up to date on secret military aircraft living on the base of Newfoundland on that giant rock.
Definitely not. I can try. Hit me with it.
What do you think?
I don't know.
What do you think's hiding in the sky? Do you think there is something, very stealthy that we don't know about, or do you think we're actually spying with satellites these days?
I don't know. I mean, that's a hard one. There are so many things in the skies nowadays that, I look and I'm like, is that a satellite? Is that something else? Is that just a drone? Like, it's hard to tell what we could or could not be using in terms of spying or anything like that in the sky with how many random things I've been like, especially now without many planes in the air too. And we're in one of the major pathways for flights in Newfoundland, and it's been pretty quiet. So when you see something in the sky and you're like, I don't know what that is, it's interest piquing for sure, but I have no idea.
I thought that was a pretty solid answer for not knowing what the hell you were talking about.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Okay, I got to ask you this then. With GUFON Radio, Little Richie G coming on in here. You're a guy who likes to go outside, look for UFOs, and see what's strange and weird flying around. Have you ever caught anything like the Aurora on any film, Rich?
Nope, not even close. I've captured 3 points of light. That any 3 points would form a triangle, but I don't know if it was one big ship. I don't think it was, but was it 3 iridium flare satellites? I don't know. But it's happened a couple times, 5 times already. I don't know if the TRB-3 or whatever that thing is could be the answer to this. I doubt it. But after the SR-71 retired, or were the stealth bombers already out? They were already out,
They
right?
were already out, yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know, man, because a lot of in '97, we had the Phoenix Lights here, which could have been a showing off of that big new craft we have. 1 to 2 miles wide is pretty big for something that we would have to build to float without being heard. So yeah, man, I don't know. Maybe we're more advanced than we think we are, than we're being told. That's what I think.
Do you think, though, that a craft like that is being hidden in some of the most logical places like Area 51? We always want to say the minute something secret is out there, oh, that's at Area 51. It's based at Area 51. Like, for instance, Jim Goodall, he believes that the next stealth fighter / bomber, the F-21, which is literally a smaller version of the B-2 bomber, is stationed and doing test flights out of Area 51. But with all the popularity around there, do you really think that we're still keeping those type of projects hidden in the Nevada desert, Rich?
No, I don't think so. I think they had to move. Definitely. And I don't know where. I would think they would get some land, get an island somewhere in the middle of the Pacific or somewhere, nobody could go. And people could just speculate there's something out over the water we can't figure out. It's, you could just pick it. Antarctica, you want to go there? I mean, there's some flatlands all over this world where they could make 2, 3, 4 mile runways, or you don't need a runway at all, just a landing pad. Yeah, who knows? I mean, there's so much land that they could hide behind already. They could do it in our backyard. We wouldn't even know about it.
You're very right. Like, give you an example here. Okay, Churchill, Manitoba, which is in the middle of nowhere. There's not even any roads in Churchill, Manitoba. Granted, it's a Canadian city, has a population of 899 people. All right. has an 8-mile long runway. Why? Because it's one of the emergency landing spots for the old space shuttle program.
Oh, wow.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a place that has more polar bears than people.
That's
And yet it has an 8-mile runway. So the way I look at it, I mean, what about Alaska? Alaska has a ton of those little islands that are uninhabited, easy to put a base on there, right in the strait there. Why not?
I think they're peppered all over the world. I think that's why, especially the United States, likes to be all in every country, in everybody's business, so they could do what they want, wherever they want, whenever they want.
Oh, could very well be. What do you think, William?
I'm with Rich. I mean, Area 51 is so well known. It would be problematic to have all your secret technology there. It would have to be spaced out somewhere else. Not that there's no development going on at that base now, but it makes sense that because it's so well known to the public, there may be other bases, whether within the continental U.S. or some other territories, or like you guys said, Alaska. Possibilities where there's areas that are uninhabited, out in the middle of nowhere, where you could hide a base and conduct research and development on secret aircraft without anybody knowing. So, yeah, I agree. It's probably at least a large percentage of the stuff is not at Area 51 at this point.
All right.
And also, go ahead,
Rich.
I was just going to say, when they created Area 51, it was in the middle of nowhere and still is. But back then, in the 50s, 60s, however long it went undetected, nobody cared what was going on over there until, I think, who was it? Stanton Friedman came out with the Area 51 stuff. I don't know. Roswell. And they started looking.
Oh, he did, Ross. It was George Knapp and Bob Lazar. Yeah, but the base is known. But I mean, yeah, that story really broke the Area 51 reality to the public. But hasn't that base been there since the 50s, 40s?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was originally the base where the U-2 spy plane was developed.
Okay, that's 50s. What I thought. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure my history is right. All right. So back then, nobody cared what the government. Everybody believed the government. Nobody wanted to spy on us or spy on them. Now it's Joe Citizen out there.
Well, I got to say this. Moon Joey, I want to give you the final word on this, as we only got about 90 seconds left before we got to go to break here at the bottom of the hour on the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. Joe, where do you think these new toys, these fancy toys, are hiding?
I really don't know. I can tell you one thing, though, that living in the shadow of NORAD, I see that most of the things happen at night that I cannot explain. And predominantly it's silent propulsion. It's not moving incredibly fast, but instead moving incredibly slow. So I just don't know. I don't think they would be hiding it around Cheyenne Mountain. It would be too obvious. But beats me where they could be.
I'm just curious too. I am very curious too. I always think that they're somewhere out in the Atlantic, or the Pacific Ocean, Alaska, somewhere out there where there's not very many people hanging on out. Hey, I got to tell you guys, we got a very, very special announcement here for one of our listeners as we get ready to go to break here. One of our listeners, Fap, he hangs out with his family and listens to the show. And one of the people who listens with Fap every Friday and Saturday night is Grandma Rose. Grandma Rose turned 97 yesterday. And she loves this show. She loves what we do. I think personally that she's been abducted by aliens, or, maybe gave Sasquatch a little kiss on the cheek at one point in the forest somewhere. But we want to say happy birthday to Grandma Rose here. We hope that you have just a very, very special, special birthday. And thank you for allowing us to share it with you, Grandma Rose. More of the SOR Paranormal Roundtable with the crew here on Spaced Out Radio next. All right. That's a good first half hour, people. Good first half hour.
That was good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Grandma Rose, everyone. Grandma Rose. Should we sing?
Beautiful.
Yeah. 97. Could you imagine? My grandmother's 92. And I can't even imagine that.
Can you imagine living another 42 years, Dave?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Like,
or however old we'd be. I mean, I can't imagine.
Well, for me, it would be 41 years. 41 more years for me.
Forever would be like, what, 85 years? 60 years on that? It's a long time. Because Amber's so young and tattooed, so just saying, you know.
You know what we're going to do?
Just an objective observation, you know.
It would be, how old is she, 97?
97.
Yeah.
It would be 73 years.
God.
You'd be 73.
Outstanding.
Outstanding.
I
need to drink a Gatorade right now.
Oh, oh my gosh. I got to tell you, you know what? You know what? In 3 years, we're all going to come back here on April 23rd. We're all going to come back here on Grandma Rose's 100th birthday. And we're going to have the top 100 for Grandma Rose on her 100th birthday. That's what we're going to do.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Can we get her on?
You know what? We will get her on. We definitely will get Grandma Rose on.
That's good stuff, yeah.
3 years, Grandma Rose. We got a date, Grandma Rose. In 3 years, we're bringing you on the show for your top 100 paranormal stories.
My friend just messaged me and he was like, you should tell all of them that they probably are hiding everything in Area 51 because then it would be hidden in plain sight.
Exactly. I was actually going to say that. That's a great point.
Yeah.
I was too, yeah.
Yeah. All right. My former neighbor, Tony, is watching. Former neighbor, Tony. Look at my hair, Tony. I surpassed you, man. I totally surpassed you. Yeah, after the forest fires, Tony was like, yeah, fuck that. We're out of here. We're going to Alberta. Pick it on up. Can't handle living near a weirdo with aliens and ghosts around. So literally they left.
Tony bag of donuts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just, yeah,
No?
Screw you, alien guy, ghost guy, whatever the hell you are, neighbor. Scaring the crap out of my wife. Yeah. We're all good. Hey, neighbor.
So in Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Never mind.
No,
That's stupid.
No, it's not stupid. Come on. Say it. Spill it.
Nothing is ever stupid.
You'll find out it's dumb. Okay, so you know how I just said Tony bag of donuts? And in Canada, what would you use? Would you say bag of donuts or would you use like a bag of scrumpets or something?
Scrumpets?
Scrumpets?
Love that band, man. They rock.
Yeah. What would you say, Dave? What is it, a Tony bag of what?
What the hell are you talking about? A Tony bag of what?
I told
Bag of bacon?
Because that's what it's slang. That's what we say in the United. Like, hey, Tony bag of donuts. And what would you say in Canada? Like, hey, Tony bag of acorns.
No,
I don't know. What do they say in Canada?
I call them neighbor Tony. I call them neighbor Tony. I didn't call them anything else.
You are Canadian. 100% Canadian.
Hey,
what a cop out.
Hey, you know what I did? Because he fought them forest fires. Literally, he's got fantastic stories, scary as hell, of the forest fires here in 2017, where him and his crew were battling flames that were literally over 100 feet tall, 100 feet high. These fire flames. Okay, like scary shit. So what did I do right before he moved? I brought over $110 bottle of tequila, and we got into it. That's what I did.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's a hero right there, man.
Absolutely. Former neighbor Tony, everybody. Former neighbor Tony.
Yeah.
Let's see. He's texting me. He's too chicken shit to come in the chat room. You know?
So would you agree that was the stupid thing I brought up now?
No, because he says Tony box of donuts.
No.
Oh, box. Okay.
Yeah, Tony box of donuts.
Mucho appreciado.
There you go. You got your answer there, Italian Rich.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm
Tony
really
understood.
upset, Rich, that you didn't agree to do my accent video that I'm trying to work on. Dave agreed. And Kelly agreed.
I didn't agree? I thought I agreed.
You didn't post and say that you were going to do it.
Oh my
And I think it
God.
would be great with all of your weird sayings and isms that you use.
Oh yeah,
Get him back.
Rich is
All right.
Rich is an ism on his own.
There's T-shirts with my isms now.
Abagoosh.
I saw.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You just
Where
can't
did you
do
grow up at?
abagoosh. What's that?
Where did you grow up at?
Well, the first 11 years in Staten Island, New York, and then moved to Arizona.
Oh, okay.
But I always hung around with the people. Like, when I first came to school, I met Richie and Jimmy Rizzo. I mean, I met the Rizzos from Staten Island. So all through my young adult life, I was always around people from New York.
Mm.
I was just wondering if you had like nicknames for everybody that you grew up with around New York, because we had them in Philly like that.
Yeah, I was too young to get into that before I moved. I never got into the nicknames until recently. I think Dave got me on that, kind of, be honest with you.
Oh, blame me. Blame me. Why not? Blame Canada again.
It's a beautiful thing, though, because Dave always has names for everybody. So I did a little twist on what Dave was doing. Just maybe subconsciously, I just took it from him and started doing it. But a lot of people do it, I noticed, for the chat rooms, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so I always try to come up with names like Maureen Green is Maureen Green Manalishi, you know, so I do things like that.
Nice.
All right, guys, here we go. Got about 10 seconds before I start laughing. Want to remind everybody on YouTube, we got the super chat open. A great way to support this show is give us a thumbs up. Hang on out with us. Do a little shopping at the SOR Vault on our webpage. And, of course, join the Space Travelers Club as well. Second half hour coming up right now. Music's on. Welcome back to the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Great to have each and every one of you with us tonight. We say thank you for coming on in. And I got to tell you, if you haven't checked out our free archives, you know, there's other shows out there that charge you for their archives. We don't. No, we do not. Ours are free at youtube.com/spaced out radio. Just do me the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR News Wire. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. And of course, you can follow my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. The SOR Paranormal Roundtable continues tonight as we add in a new addition to the show, because she was on a phone call, too busy talking aliens and government conspiracies and tinfoil work. Lorien Fenton joins us on the panel as well. Now we're going to get into a little bit of fun now, because one of the things that we did this past week is we talked a lot of cryptids. We had Jody Cook on talking Dogman and Anubis-type creatures over in the Middle East that are apparently being hunted down by secret military groups. We had the crypto guru, Ronald Murphy. We had David Weatherly on. And Lorien, we're going to start with you on this one, because you're the new fresh voice here and probably a voice of reason.
Why am I always... I'm always getting picked on right away. I'll tell you what.
Well, of course you are.
What were you guys? Oh, wait. Before we get into this, what were you talking about before you asked me the $6 million question?
We were talking about Dogman.
Oh, cool. Okay,
yeah.
That's interesting. That's a subject I know nothing about.
No, but everybody will be able to get to know this one. All right, because if you think of all the cryptid creatures that are out there, Lorien, what do you think is the one that we are actually going to discover is real? Is it Bigfoot? Is it Dogman? Is it Megalodon? Is it the thylacine or the Tasmanian tiger in New Zealand and Australia? Which cryptid creature out there, Lorien, do you think is the one that we are going to be able to prove in existence?
I don't think we're going to be able to prove any of them, but the one that we could probably get, and I'll tell you what, I take that back. I'm going to say that somebody out there has already discovered these things and they're hiding the truth from us. That's my first belief right out of the gate.
Oh, you gotta explain that tinfoiler.
I believe that the military has captured Bigfoot. They've captured other kinds of things. If you believe any of the stories coming out of the, people like Clifford Stone about aliens being here, they've also referenced that there's other types of entities being here. Like the spider creatures and other things. So who knows what our government has come across and discovered and hidden from us and has locked away in some underground base or some kind of place like the Indiana Jones thing, where they've got it in a formaldehyde bottle and it's sitting there on a shelf,
Oh my goodness.
I absolutely believe they do.
William.
I really believe that. And I think if we get anywhere close, it's going to be Bigfoot first. That's my take.
William, I could hear you groaning in that, that's from wearing the Stan Smith 1976 tennis runners too tightly.
No, yeah, I agree with Bigfoot because you have the chance to gather some physical evidence. We've discussed this before, how you don't have to capture an actual physical specimen of an animal to tell it's there. An animal influences its environment. You find scat, you find hair, you find scratch marks on trees. You can tell if something's there, and if you account for all the species you know of, then something unknown may be inhabiting that environment. And I think I think Bigfoot fits that bill. Megalodon, I can see that because we know less about our oceans than we do about the surface of the moon. So could a large prehistoric fish still exist in the oceans? I think that's a possibility. And you mentioned the Thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger. I don't think that was, it's been declared extinct, but there's been so many sightings since 1930s, I think 33, 36, when it was declared extinct, over the past 6-7 decades. So it lends itself to the idea that it's extremely rare, but since a lot of Tasmania is still unexplored, I can imagine a small population has hung on since then. So I think the Thylacine never really went extinct, but as far as cryptids, my guess would be Bigfoot.
Joey, you are someone who has investigated these creatures in Colorado, in Utah. You've talked about the secret S a little bit as well, and in Utah around a certain ranch. What do you think? Which creature out there, cryptid-wise, is the one that we're going to be able to, quote, end quote, prove scientifically?
Well, I think you mentioned it. I don't like to use the S word. I'll just say the four-legged, because it's not actually a cryptid. It's a medicine man that has practiced some dark medicine, and that's the creature that people have named that certain ranch after. And I think that could be proven. There are certainly enough chances to, if people would set up their experiments properly, they could probably prove it. And I actually had an experience with something like that, and it freaked me out. And I don't know, I might be willing to try and go back, but I wouldn't do it alone.
Oh,
Can I interject something here?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I just
Lorien.
wanted to say, is this Jeremy? Jeremy who?
No,
hi, Lorien Fenton here.
Joey writes for our SOR News Wire.
Oh, okay. Joey, nice to meet you.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you something. I know a few, I'm not going to say how many, people that worked on the ranch when it was owned by Mr. B. And I'm doing all the shortening of the words because apparently we're not allowed to talk about it here on the show. Anyhow, I'm laughing about it. So anyhow, my point to all this is they have emphatically told me, I've tried to get them to go back there and work on the surrounding ranches with me and do research, and they won't go near the place. They will not go near it. They refuse to step foot on that property ever again. So that tells me something very important. I think Joey's absolutely right. It's like, do you want to go back and poke that bear? There's a big question there.
I don't think
or maybe there was nothing there to go back to.
Sorry, Rich. Please go ahead.
I was just saying maybe there was nothing there to go back to, but no, there had to be for them. Maybe they were there for 7 years for a reason, but they were they were catching stuff. And I'm gonna go to the Stardust Ranch tomorrow to see if there's any real evidence that could possibly be in the surrounding area.
Now, I know who's this? Joey again?
No,
this is Dr. Stephen Greer.
No, this is Rich Giordano from GUFON Radio.
Okay, Rich, I just wanted to tell you, if you're going to the Stardust, you've got to report back in. Can you do a live report into Dave's show or something? Because I'm telling you, I wonder about that place. I really do. But I have known about that place for way longer than most people. And the only reason I never went out there, whereas Carrie Cassidy and a whole bunch of other people went trampling over there immediately after they met the guy, is because he told me at one point that the Beatles were coming into the building to meet with him. So, and George Harrison was going to be there, and George Harrison was quite dead, obviously, at the time. So I couldn't really go there with that guy. So I'm not saying that I don't believe him, but he may be just a common, abductee.
Right.
And
that's why I'm going there, even though he's not there. I don't think anybody's living there now. But I just want to see if there's activity in the area. And yes, I'll be doing it live on my show. So you're more than welcome to, check it out. Hopefully.
I will. That'll be fun.
And Greer is not coming with me on that one.
All right. Amber, let's get your thoughts. Out of all the cryptids, Amber Bekkerud from the Cryptid Tales on our YouTube channel. Amber, which cryptid do you think is out there and existing today?
That's a hard one. I mean, I could just say that I'm voting for the tiny T-Rexes in Texas, but, that would just be wishful thinking. I'm really loving the low disapproving groans coming.
Well, that's Marge. that's our male Marge Simpson right there.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I gotta say, the tiny T-Rexes in Texas sounds like a cowboy song. Actually,
it really does.
It's very cute.
Yes.
No, you know what? I think I could agree on all of the things that have been said tonight. I mean, I've had encounters even last year with the cryptid in question that Joey is talking about. And, I've also had experiences living in the Yukon for most of my life with Bigfoot. So it could very well be any of those things. But I do also agree that I think the military know more than what they're letting on, and they have something that they're not telling us. So I think we do know things. We're just not putting it out there.
I'm thinking
fully yet.
I'm thinking Megalodon. I think that Bigfoot is too expensive of a project to prove real because of the forest industry, mining industry. And until we get away from those type of resources, we're not going to be able to find Bigfoot. That's my opinion on that. Megalodon, though, or a shark that is in between, a predatory shark in between the great white and Megalodon, I do believe is out there. Not because I have a God-fearing fear of sharks, which I'm very public about, and that's why Dave doesn't do the ocean or rivers or lakes.
So you're never going to
or streams. Here. No, never. There's great whites over there. There's great whites over there. All right, they're tracking great whites all the way to Nova Scotia. Yeah, Dave isn't going there. All right, but nonetheless, I will third person myself at that. But nonetheless, every couple of years we have these new videos or these new photos of whales and other great white sharks with bite marks out of them that are not double bite marks. They are single bite marks, and when they measure those bite marks, they're talking about a creature that could be anywhere from 25 to 40 feet just on the size of its jaw. all right, and the size of the bite mark. That tells me that there is something way bigger out there in the ocean that we do not know about. And if you think about it, with the ocean being so vast, it was only the last couple of years where we got the video footage of Big Blue, which was a 20-foot female great white shark, the largest one that was ever filmed. So I think that there are bigger predatory sharks out there. We just have not found them. And that's where I'm going. Rich, you get the final say on this one. I know you're going to Stardust Ranch looking for some aliens, but which cryptid do you think is going to be proven real?
Well, I'm going to be the one that everybody moans and groans about more than ever, because I don't think there ever will be any evidence captured. Yeah, because that's why we don't have it now, tough guy. That's why we don't have it now. We can't. It's not going to happen. They're too smart, too quick, too fast. Even if they're part of the earth, how are they moving around? 1 minute you see them, the next minute you don't, out of the corner of the eye. You know, it's always just out of vision, just out of reach, just out of touch. It can never get it. And I don't think we ever will.
Oh, man.
Are you specifically talking about Bigfoot? Because
everything.
Everything. Oh, very cool.
Everything. Bigfoot, like Dogman, Mothman. Who?
Nessie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That we don't know. It could be a seal otter for all we know. I know it wouldn't be, but I don't know. Since we haven't captured them now, I don't think we're ever going to capture them and study them and have that kind of evidence. Yeah, you're going to have scat and hair, and even that's even on the skeptical side because it's got, dog DNA in it. It's got deer DNA, bear DNA. It's always a mix with something. But that's why nothing will ever be full-blown evidence, even the skinwalkers.
Oh, he said it. He said it.
Yep. Bigelow. Oh, there he is.
Oh my God.
I hear you there. All right. We're going to move on here because, we're going to stick with the ranch because why not? We can. It is the latest in a hot button reality television shows on History Channel. And I do have to say the name, Joey. Skinwalker Ranch. And, previous to this coming on, the new owner, although he's not very new, but the owner of 4 Years, a real estate magnate out of Utah named Brandon Fugel, has really been acting quite loudly and proudly on UFO Twitter about Skinwalker Ranch and about the TV series coming up. And 3 episodes in, I expected us to be oohing and aahing. I was hopeful. Haven't seen it yet. Joey, I'm going to give you the first words on this because I know this area is close to your heart.
Well, first thing that comes to mind is that I can picture Stan Friedman doing a show for the Travel Channel or History Channel to reveal his evidence or his findings. So I really take a show like that with a grain of salt. I think it's just sensationalism, and I really can't put any stock in anything that they're saying.
Why not? What picks you about it, man?
Well, you can kind of pick apart, just like with ghost hunting devices. You can pick them apart if you take your time to and see that there's no real fact behind it.
That is very true.
Rich mentioned about skinwalkers. He mentioned about skinwalkers. Darn it, you got me to say that word. There's no proof, but there can be proof. And I know how to get the proof, but I would risk my life doing it. So, but with that ranch and that show, I just don't see what they're doing other than to sell something.
Little Richie G, what's your thoughts?
Well, I don't have many this time because I haven't even watched one episode yet. So all I can say is I've read the articles, and it's just weird how this guy is acting, the new owner, quote unquote, new. I think it's all about sensationalism, and man, I don't know if it's also, you never know if they're testing the public to see who's watching what I mean, we like to think that that's what the government's doing. They're analyzing who cares, but it's really less than 1% of the people in this whole world that really care like we do, that we're so passionate about it. So it's not a lot of people, but people are watching it, I think, and they're interested. So they're getting a good feel for Skinwalker on a almost mainstream level for the first time, the public.
Amber, what's your thoughts?
To be quite honest, I feel like I've gone out of the loop of like media again in terms of new TV shows and everything else because we got rid of our television,
Good choice.
like channels and everything. So we just have internet now. So unless I can stream it and not have to pay for the stream, I don't watch it. So I don't know. I think there's so many things lately and still, even months ago when I was on a roundtable, we were talking about shows that had just come out then, and the idea of the sensationalism and just gauging what people are watching, aren't watching, what's the next new horror trope, what can we really put out there to people. So without watching it, I don't know what I could say about it. I think it would be interesting to look into, but again, like Joey said, I would be taking it with a grain of salt as well, just like any paranormal show or cryptid show or what have you, or UFO show or documentary or docuseries or anything like that. We just don't know enough to put stock into it without really taking all the information from everywhere and figuring out what's just fake news, what's bigger and actual, true fact about things that happened, and put it all together and figure it out.
Lorien Fenton, I want to get your opinion on this because we only have a couple minutes to go here before we go to break at the top of the hour. And this is something that very much surprised me. And Brendan Fugel actually made a message about this, about my blog that I wrote a couple weeks ago. I was talking to Bob McGwier, a good friend of yours and mine, who is a scientist at Virginia Tech. People know him in our chat rooms as Science Bob. All right. He and I had a conversation, and he confirmed it, that there has never been, to their knowledge, any true experiencers who claim to maybe have UFO contact, ET contact, have the ability of summoning, whatever it may be, all right, to go in there and have the scientists test them in that type of zone. Are you surprised, Lorien?
That's not true. That's not true. That's flat out a lie. And the reason I know is because I know. And I can't tell you guys how I know, because the person that I know all this from is sworn to secrecy with Bigelow because he was at the ranch. So that is flat out. I mean, it's not a lie. It's just flat out not true. They did have experiencers there, and I got to point out two very important things. Number one,
Sure.
Fugel has a partner. He is truly the man with the real money behind Skinwalker Ranch. He's a silent partner. He lives in Europe, and that may or may not be known. I don't know. Secondly, in the opening credits of the whole show, they say the federal government has all the information now. So we know that NIDS turned over all their stuff to the military and the Department of Defense, to whoever wanted their information. They've got it all, and it's under lock and key, and we're never going to hear about it. Okay, that's two, and that's very important to understand. All the stuff that they're putting out there on the NIDS, on the Skinwalker Ranch now, is all new insight into the ranch, but not anywhere close to what these guys were stirring up when they were out there during the Bob Bigelow days. And that's all I can tell you guys without, breaching my confidentiality. But there was so much stuff that was never put in George Knapp's book, that was never talked about from anybody that ever talked about Skinwalker Ranch. And like I said before, many of the people that were there at the time during the Bigelow era will never go back there. They're that afraid of that place.
I'd go. Oh, I would go.
Oh, I would
In a
too,
heartbeat.
but
All right, everybody, hold on here. We are going to go to break at the top of the hour. The SOR Paranormal Roundtable continues right after this. And when we come back, we will be joined by William Pullin, Rich Giordano, Amber Bekkerud, Moon Joey, and Lorien Fenton as we continue the roundtable in hour number 2 right after this. Stay tuned. That's good stuff, everyone. 1 hour in. 1 hour in.
Yep.
All right, you guys chat away. Remember, we are Hot Mic on YouTube. Radio commercials playing on the radio side, and
It's on Travel Channel.
History.
No, it's on history. I'm
History,
sorry,
yeah.
I interrupted. I overstepped there. I keep my mouth shut.
Well, I was trying to find it so I can make sure I watch it tonight and get caught
I
up.
think 4 episodes in, and he said, I actually like it. He goes, because it's not anywhere close to what we went through, but at least they're letting the world know that there's UFOs and strange phenomena. And
Yeah.
I said, yeah, that's a good thing. So he's happy with it. And I was surprised. I thought he'd just poo-poo the whole thing as a big, like Oak Island. He hates Oak
Yeah.
Island.
Oh yeah, it's boring.
He said, oh, if it was that boring, he goes, it would turn people away from the whole ufology scene. But I think it's drawing people in and bringing us new people. And the one other good thing that it's doing is people that are having experiences are more, I think, because scientists on the TV show are taking them seriously, taking what's going on out there seriously. I think the people that are having the experiences will be more likely to go to MUFON or somewhere and say, I have experiences and this is what's going on with me, because of them taking the Skinwalker Ranch so seriously. I think it's a good thing. Anyhow, that's my opinion. What do I know?
Well, the UFO that they caught, did you see that? You watched the episode then, right?
Yeah, I did.
Because I'm watching it now where they caught it. Does it look like an airplane to you?
It did in the first shot, but as they got closer you'll see later in the show.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
They actually pull it up on a monitor, and you can see that it's actually got a shape to it.
Yeah, it
Hey,
looks
Rich,
like it.
your buddy Mick West debunked that airplane thing, by the way.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, the UFOs that could possibly be some kind of aircraft, like a passenger aircraft. I know you don't like Mick West, but he had an interesting observation about how the times didn't match on the monitors when they showed different shots of what they supposedly captured.
Wait. Now, what are you trying to say? That he said it was an airplane?
Yes, he went into flight radar to confirm what flights were in the air, the angle of the flights as opposed to the nearest airfield, the time of day with the shadows when they're observing the UFOs is like the sun is setting a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the
but
worst
yet-
time. Yeah, to think you're actually seeing a UFO, because 90% of the time you're not. But go ahead.
It looks like an
So he
airplane
went
from
into
behind.
detail about it, and I don't know, but it just sounded like he
Well, it could
made
have
some
been.
logical conclusions.
It could have been
What?
because the one thing that bothered me about is it didn't have the behavior. I've been out on hundreds of sky watches, and I have seen up close and personal structured craft 200 feet over my head. I have seen some amazing things, and I'm telling you, that to me, that was kind of like a maybe. In my book, it's a 50-50 shot of whether it was actually one or not. I think it was because of the way they pulled in on the monitor later in the show. I just thought, well, it's probably one because it didn't move like a plane in that shot. But maybe they slowed it down and stopped it. I don't remember, but so maybe your guy's right. I mean, I'm not convinced. In other words, it wasn't a structured silver craft in a disc shape like, Stan Romanek's caught on film that, tons of people have caught on film. Even in the first show, he shows pictures, photographic evidence of a craft over the ranch, the first and third show, I think, episode. And those are very detailed, and you can see the structure of the craft. Unless it's a structured craft, I don't give it. I give it a 50-50 shot. You know.
All right.
So,
all right, guys, we got about 2 minutes here, just over 2 minutes before we go. And breaking news in my town, people are freaking out because the bears have woken up and are walking through town right now. Breaking news.
That's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
I've been to your town, and I think that's very cool. So do the bears go down to the like A&W and get burgers at night, or?
Oh yes, they're searching. No, they're still on the perimeters in the subdivisions. Hey, Lorien, is there a way to turn your microphone down a little bit? It's coming up really high pitched compared to everybody else's.
Oh, it is? Okay. I don't know how to microphone. Okay, let me get into my settings. Okay. And you can't do that there because you got one board, right?
Yeah, I got one board with everybody on the same board.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
let me go into my audio. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to blast you out. I didn't know.
That's okay.
Let me see if I can.
We thought it was Dave.
Making me laugh. God.
Thanks, Richie G. I appreciate that.
Well, I figured if it's going through the switchboard, it's got to be on your end. That's
It's
why.
always on my end. It's always on my end.
I turned it down. If I keep talking, tell me what is a good volume here for you.
That's better. Thank you.
Is this better right here?
Yeah, that's better. That's better right
Much
there.
better, or should I keep going lower?
Much better.
Much better. Okay, I'm going down to number 3. I've never been down at 3 before.
Can you whisper?
Whisper? No, I can't. I'm a mad Italian. I scream every time I talk.
Understood.
Well, so's Rich, a mad Italian.
Yeah.
Hey, Lorien, you have to have Rich on your show to talk about his Ouija board experience, his experiment.
Okay. I'd be happy to, Rich. I'd be happy to have any of you guys who want to come on my show anytime.
All right, here we go, guys. Hey, everybody on YouTube, thank you for everybody, including Little Richie G, for donating on the Super Chat tonight, and I really do appreciate that. Let's go on and kick off hour number 2.
We're listening to Spaced
Music's
Out
on,
Radio
everyone.
with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We welcome back everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America. On the digital side, we're on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Isotropic. Isotropic is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR News Wire, and much more. Don't forget, follow us on Twitter for the show at Spaced Out Radio, as well my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Every month then, we do the SOR Roundtable, where I bring in some friends and we discuss the month that was in the weird, the strange, and the obscure, as we continue on tonight with our guests, Amber Bekkerud from Cryptid Tales, Moonjoy from the SOR News Wire. He's one of our writers. We got UFO historian William Pullin, who will never, ever take his pleats out of his khaki shorts. As well, we got GUFON Radio's Rich Giordano, along with Lorien Fenton from the Fenton Perspective. And everyone, we're going to move on here because, you know, now that we're all locked inside and doing our thing and chilling on out, a lot of people are, you know, trying to figure out the UFO world right now. And Vice magazine had a recent article by MJ Benias that came out regarding how to get involved with UFO research for those who just maybe have a keen interest and want to learn. And he talked everything from podcasting to books that people should be reading to everything of the sorts. Now, I want to ask you guys, and Amber, we'll start with you on this one, if you don't mind. if somebody approached you and said, look, I really want to get into UFOs, or I really want to get into cryptids or paranormal investigation, what's the most important piece of advice that you could give someone who's just starting out?
Always be a skeptic.
Yes.
Yeah, that is literally, as much as I believe, and I've had all these experiences and I've done all of these things, I still go into every investigation I do, every TV show that I watch, every conversation I have with other people about their experiences, being a skeptic. And I think that's where a lot of people kind of slip up, is they either go like hardcore skeptic or hardcore, like, I'm a believer, absolutely everything is paranormal, absolutely everything is a UFO, this is, and they just go overboard with it. And I find that we need to be skeptics for sure, because you need to rule out all the logical answers and, whether it is just a natural phenomena or anything like that. And then still say, okay, is there something that we can't explain? Is there something that we don't know? And so, yeah, just be a skeptic. Don't take everything for face value. Do your research, and get all the information. Don't just watch one person's videos and think you know everything about that topic. Yeah, I could go on. That's my first rule. Be a skeptic.
That's actually a pretty solid one. William, let's get your opinion.
I agree with Amber. I mean, you have to have a healthy skepticism. You want to consume information from all points of view, not just science, not just from a believer standpoint, not just a skeptical standpoint. You want to be aware of everything that's going on. When you educate yourself, you become far more able to discern what's fake, what's misinformation, what's disinformation. And a healthy skepticism is good, because every legitimate civilian, military, or otherwise group that's examined the UFO topics, every researcher from James McDonald to Carol Kehoe to Keller Randall to Stan Friedman to everyone in between, always arrives at 5 to 10% of unexplained cases. Only 5 to 10%, which means the majority of this stuff is explainable. How many of those 5 to 10% are actually extraterrestrial? We don't know. Probably not 100%. So the vast majority of UFO sightings are explainable and mundane in nature. They're not alien spacecraft. The majority aren't. And that's not saying that some aren't. I believe in alien visitation, but to think that 80 to 90% or even 40% of UFO sightings are people observing alien spacecraft, that's the data does not support that. So a healthy skepticism and an effort to educate yourself. Like Amber said, don't just take one person's point of view. Word of mouth is not good enough. You need evidence. You need data. You need different chains of evidence. You need to examine the work of different researchers that have different points of view and different ways to look at things, whether it's more of a woo approach, whether it's a scientific approach, whatever the case may be. Educate yourself as much as possible, and this whole COVID-19 scenario we're all in is a perfect time to do it. Most of us are incarcerated at home. We can't go to work. We have time on our hands. What should we do? Educate ourselves. So I'll stop there, Dave.
All right. Moon Joey, your thoughts?
Well, I agree with Bill. I would just like to add that you have to have someone to bounce it off of. So if you can have an association with different individuals on both sides of the coin, I think that helps to, bring out things that you might not thought of, or that could lend credence to what you believe, or, it could be the other way and just dispel what you're thinking they are. All the opinions matter and all the research matters, and you have to have somewhere to put all that information for it to be analyzed and further talked about.
That's good advice too. GUFON, Little Richie G.
Yo. Well, if you want to get into doing this kind of research, the one thing that I think is the most important thing of all, yeah, skepticism's great. You got to have that. You also want to be open-minded enough to believe in it that it could be a possibility, or your passion isn't there and you won't be doing research very long. You have to have the passion for it. Now, the most important thing, and this doesn't happen for everybody, but I believe when it comes to UFOs first, you need to see something you can't explain. You have to have that experience. Same with ghost hunting. If you don't ever have an experience of being touched, felt, scratched, had a feeling, got nauseous or whatever, you're never going to understand the phenomena. You're never going to get it. And yes, it's true. If you have the experience, you know what it's like to be there. You know that's right. Okay,
yeah.
If I've never been scratched or touched or whatever, and somebody says, "Oh, I was scratched," I'm thinking, yeah, you have a fork in your pocket. I know that fork routine. I've seen it before. You know, a lot of people carry forks when they go ghost hunting. I found out. I don't know if that's true. No, it's not. But they always have the three scratches, right? Of course, and then it always curves at the end where their hand would slide off. Anyway, I just I don't buy a lot of these ghost hunting shows, but I think you need to experience it, and that I'm going to say comes from experience, because I did not believe in certain things until they happened to me. And now I believe it, and it's a totally different world. It opens up a whole new thing for my mind. But anyway, bounce ideas off somebody who's more skeptical than anybody else if you have that person around, because that'll always keep you leveled off no matter what. If they say, "Oh, yeah, it looks like a bird," then you look at it differently. Oh, maybe it is a bird. So I don't know. There's so many different things, but I think having that skeptical, open mind and also having the experience would also be very helpful, needed.
Lorien Fenton, we bring you in. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm torn because I agree with everybody so far. Okay, everybody's got a very valid point, and I think you need to take all of that into consideration. But my big thing, and most of you know this from listening to my radio shows, is that nobody understands their history of ufology. They need to understand where we've been and where we're at now, and everything in between. And they need to go back and listen to all the old people who started this and sit through these 1.5 to 2 hour bad videos of all of them talking about what happened to them, what they experienced. Because you got to remember, those were the days when coming out and getting on a stage and talking about this was so damaging to your life that you have no idea, guys. You have no idea what it was like back in the 80s and 90s. And these people were up there telling their honest to God truth from their heart and what was going on with them. A lot of them are not with us anymore. A lot of them had some very bad, and if you want to call it Men in Black experiences, go right ahead. But I think it's a lot of military involvement, and a lot of strange things happened to people back then. Nowadays, what we're doing is we are not getting to the meat of really what's going on with ufology. It's turned into an entertainment industry. And that is a big problem for me, because then I see people who have these podcasts and are doing all this stuff and they go, yeah, the UFO is real, or it wasn't, or, you know, whatever. Or we've got 6 videos and 3 of them are obviously CGI. And they're acting like it's all real. And they go, what if, and all that. They're not really understanding what the emotional impact is of seeing a UFO, experiencing being abducted, experiencing contact or whatever it is, and it being part of your life. And this scares me immensely, because I come from a generation where I had to know, when I got into UFO research, if I didn't know who George Adamski was and Valiant Thor and Arnold and about the Texas Roswell and I had great mentors. They all said, go out there, learn everything you can about every incident, every sighting, every story, every contactee that's out there. Listen to them all, read their books. I used to read a book a day, literally a book a day on ufology. And I thank God I've got a somewhat photographic memory, so I can remember most of this. But you guys, if you don't have your history and you don't know what came before, you're going to rehash and change stories. That's another thing that's bothering me now. There's a bunch of stories floating around there about certain incidents, and I know full well it did not happen the way it's being talked about on these newer, younger guys' podcast out there. And that scares me immensely too, because people are getting false stories now. So my advice to anybody getting into this is go take a history class in ufology by going back and looking at all the, what I call the whistleblowers back then, like Whitley Strieber, Carla Turner, the list goes on and on. Phil Schneider, God, I mean, I could just give you a huge amount of people. I'd have to go get on my bookshelf and just spout off names, but go to the old people, listen to everything they had to say, digest that, and then start researching for yourself. And then the other most important thing is to, just like I think it was Joey that said it, that you've got to have the experience yourself, or don't even bother becoming a researcher, because you have to be part of the whole experience. And one other quick thing, do not quit your day job. Do not quit your day job. Why do all these people think they're going to make a living being a ufologist? I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Well, because all you have to do is lie about your credentials and apply for a bunch of conferences and television shows, and boom, you're set. That's just the way certain people are doing it now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You have friends in higher places. Yeah,
exactly.
Friends in low places.
I would say, I would say my theory on all of this for anybody who's starting new is don't choose a side. Immediately, we always want to choose sides. Yes, Bigfoot is an ape. No, it is a supernatural species. And we feel that we have to change sides. The reason why I love people like David Weatherly or John Tenney and a number of other researchers out there, Micah Hanks comes to mind once again, is they are open-minded to everything. If you are coming into this with preconceived notions of what Bigfoot is, or what Dogman is, or what ghosts are, or what UFOs and aliens are, you're already starting off on the wrong foot. I would say keep an open mind and, let the information take you to where you need to go. And too much of this entire field is being broken down into small, minute pieces that it's really segregating numerous people in numerous areas. We have people, as you've heard me say many a times before, conducting alleged scientific experimentation, when in reality, the only thing they're conducting is opinion. Don't have an opinion. Just be open-minded. Let everything flow through, and then you can start to kind of find your path on where you feel you need to go with your research and who you listen to, who you view on YouTube, and what books to read. That's my suggestion of it all. And we're going to move on from there.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring up William Pullin in this one because a couple of days ago, he had a post about UFOs, which said UFOs doesn't mean aliens, or something along those lines. William, what did you post?
That's not correct. No, my post was memo to the UFO community. The acronym UFO does not mean alien spacecraft.
And I come on there, and William's in a bad mood, and I come on and I say, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
And William goes, that is unprofessional.
Unidentified flying object. It is.
It could be anything.
I have a real problem with the lack of professionalism in the UFO community. But having said that, the acronym UFO is unidentified flying object. If you're able to determine it's an alien spacecraft, it ceases to be unidentified. For lack of a better term, it becomes an identified flying object. To the general public, UFO means alien spacecraft, and that's unfortunate. That acronym is thrown around it's too sloppy. We see things. There are anomalous things seen in the sky all the time by intelligent, level-headed, grounded people. They can't identify these things. That doesn't mean they're all alien spacecraft, but a certain percentage, I think, are. But we can't assume they're all alien. We can't assume they're all explainable. Both those positions are unreasonable. But we have to be careful with the language we use, because people that are not knowledgeable about the UFO topic per se will hear somebody in the field use the term UFO in a sloppy way, and they'll be misinformed. And that misinformation gets carried over on and on and on. Like Lorien was saying earlier, you have historical cases that are 30, 40, 60 years old, and they're being profiled on podcasts and written about in books, and the information is becoming skewed. It's becoming inaccurate. It's being twisted so that the original case is not known to the public now because people are hearing the case as it's being described now. The truth is being what was once objective truth has been changed over the years by authors, by podcasters, by researchers. That's a horrible problem. So the way you hear a case when it occurred, say, in 1958 is different from the way it's described now because of that sloppy transcribing. So, yeah, but going back to that term UFO, UFO does not mean alien spacecraft. Not at all.
Well, my point was this in regards to it, and I love how sensitive you got with that because I could feel your Irish blood starting to boil. I really could. I thought I was going to have to throw some Lucky Charms at you or something in order to calm you on down.
Wouldn't
there.
Work, no.
No? Okay. But the point that I'm getting at is this. If you've never had an extraterrestrial experience, it's never aliens when you talk about UFOs. But when you have had that extraterrestrial experience, whether you've been abducted or you've had some sort of contact, UFOs always means extraterrestrials because you cannot convince the person who had that experience that it's not. That's the point that I'm trying to get at here. Little Richie G, your thoughts?
I'll get back to you, Dave, a little later on.
Well, you wanna respond now? You might as well.
Sure, I'll do it now. And Dave, I totally understand that because an experiencer, when they witness a UFO event, it becomes a very personal thing to them, and I totally get that. Having never seen a UFO myself, I completely am open to what experiencers see because they experience something I never have. I have a point of view that they don't have. They have a point of view that I don't have. But this idea that you need to have experienced something to be a quality researcher is unreasonable. It's too dogmatic because by that standard, Stanton Friedman doesn't know what he's talking about. He never saw a UFO.
He really doesn't.
Peter Sturrock doesn't know what he's talking about. He never saw a UFO. Dr. Jalen Hynek doesn't know what he's talking about. He never saw a UFO. I think that would be unreasonable to say that too. It's somewhere in the middle, where an objective scientist needs to be open to experiencers' testimony to take that into account. But an experiencer also needs to be able to temper their point of view with a scientific perspective. So people need to meet in the middle. A dogmatic viewpoint either way doesn't get us anywhere. That's my point.
All right, little Richie G, you're up.
Well, it's just going off on what William was saying. It's very hard to have the best of all worlds when it comes to researching. Like, I would like to have the money to go out and go to different states, maybe even different countries, and interview people who just had a sighting. So we're as good as we can be with the tools that we have. Now, if you have an experience, it does something to you. It changes you. And I would think you would know that. I think that would enrich your research experience tenfold if you knew what it was like to see a real UFO. Mm-hmm. Yes, UFO means unidentified flying object, but I know what Dave was saying. Everybody thinks of aliens. And in a way, that's kind of what the government wanted. They'd rather us think that than military stuff, I think. Because, most of this stuff could be military. It could just be mundane stuff, which I think it is. I think 90% is mundane objects and 5% is military, and the other 5 we don't know. And that's the part that is intriguing. It's so intriguing. It's been in my life for 16 years or 17, and it's just getting better and better because there's more stuff coming out continuously. Not a lot of evidence, but a lot of older stuff is coming out, which I like Lorien saying, we got to know the history. You do. You need to see how people spoke about this stuff when it first happened. It's bizarre. Yes. But a lot of those people were part of the stereotypical UFO world we live in, which is why they're trying to make it UAP now, because they think that's going to change it. It's just confusing everybody. Anyway, the experience, I think, if you don't have it, you can be a great researcher, but you're just missing a little something inside.
That's beautifully put. Hey, Rich.
Oh, I know.
Rich, you hold on. I want you to continue. I want to continue this thought right after this. Rich Giordano, William Pullin, Lorien Fenton, Amber Bekkerud, and Moon Joey. Join yours truly, Dave Scott, on the SOR Paranormal Roundtable as we are going the distance tonight, and we continue on with this important subject right after this on Spaced Out Radio. All right. This show's flying on by.
Good stuff.
I didn't realize how fast that went by.
Yeah, dude, I looked at the clock and there was like 38 seconds left. I thought we had like 7-8 minutes. There was like 38 seconds left, and I'm like, oh shit, I got to cut Rich off.
Missing time, man.
Hey, Joey, you having fun there or what?
You betcha. This is great stuff.
That's the voice of reason right there. He's my new voice of reason. If you guys haven't read Joey's articles on our SOR News Wire, you're really, really missing out. This dude is a brilliant, brilliant writer and researcher in the paranormal. Like, we are so blessed to have him on our team, man. So blessed. Make sure you're
I'm the same guy that grew up with guys like Johnny Cabbage, Louis the Lug, Amadeus, all the people in the mafia in my neighborhood.
Really? It's kind of like Rich's on Staten Island.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was asking him where he was brought up at. I could tell. There's something devious about Richie.
Now, be honest.
Yeah, I'm too honest.
Be honest, Joe. Be honest. Were you one of the people who threw snowballs at Santa Claus?
Honestly, I was at the game. It happened.
I knew there was a tie. I knew it.
I wasn't throwing the snowballs, though. It wasn't me.
Oh, goodness. How you doing, Amber? That extra half an hour, what's happening there?
It's dark.
It's dark here on the West Coast.
Stars.
It's dark here on the West Coast, too.
And in the desert.
Well, as long as Amber's new tattoo is healing up fine, so.
Did you get new ink?
I don't have one. They closed all the tattoo parlors.
Okay, well, good night, everybody. Take care.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I should have said,
Yeah.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill, on Twitter, there's one of the guys there, Alcatraz Juan, says, who keeps moving in the background?
Yes.
Because I mute myself.
That's that's Marge's sisters there.
I feel like we need an MP3 of that sound so that we can use it as our ringtones.
Oh, yeah.
And like text notifications.
That would be awesome.
That's an idea. I mean, oh. I'm still upset about no tattoo.
I like Matthew on Twitter. Whoa, throwing Lucky Charms at an Irishman. That's like a hate crime, right? No, because Irish people aren't pussies.
Yes, agreed.
That's good.
I had a Guinness yesterday and I thought of you.
Oh, you are so hot. Thank you.
Does that make up for no new tattoos?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my goodness. I feel like we're on the fucking Love Boat right now.
She's a tattooed young woman. She's an intellectual. She drinks Guinness. I'm good to go. So, yep.
Yeah.
Yippers.
We'll bring Amber down to be the special speaker at your conference that's unknown to the public.
Outstanding.
He wouldn't be able to speak.
Get her in the schedule right now. That'd be great. So what was the occasion for having the Guinness?
Fun.
Excellent.
No, it was my girlfriend's cousin's birthday yesterday, and so I dropped off Guinness on his doorstep, and I took some home, and then we enjoyed Guinness from our houses, socially distancing, to celebrate his birthday.
Very cool. Nice.
I want to make sure I social distance from some bears.
That's the one thing I don't miss. I love being able to walk out of my house at 3:00 in the morning and know that I'm not going to run into a bear here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
that's a big deal.
Yeah, but your bears up there are much bigger than the bears down where I am, though.
In the Yukon, yeah. But like where we are in Newfoundland, we don't have bears. Like, they don't come across the land bridge because we're technically on like an island off of the island that's connected by a small piece of land.
Oh, you're in one of them.
Okay.
You're in one of them. Yeah, you know what's in between the islands upon islands? Great white sharks that took down the fucking Titanic. It wasn't an iceberg. It was a great white shark. It was Megalodon that bit into that metal hull. Absolutely. Lorien.
Sounds like she lives off Oak Island.
Yeah, no kidding.
You just said metal. I mean, metal. Sorry.
Where's
What
Lorien?
are you guys all?
Get out there.
I'm here. I'm just listening to this cacophony of crazy. I'm just like, what are you guys all talking about?
Oh, love me some Lorien Fenton. Love me some Lorien Fenton.
Oh my God, you guys are all having too much fun. This is great.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. We've got about 45 seconds here. And this is an awesome roundtable tonight, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, good
So
stuff.
are we going back to the same question when we go
Yeah.
back? And I forgot what it was.
Shit. Hold on. I got to think here. I forgot to write it down. Yeah. UFOs. Does UFO mean aliens? And little
Right.
little
Okay,
Richie
good.
G is going to finish off his answer. Are you ready, Richie? Reesh?
Was pretty much already done. Yeah. Oh, hello. It's
Reesh?
Jaime.
Hey, Reesh.
Jaime Mosan.
All right.
Hey, Rich. Hey, Jaime. I'm coming to you on the round table. Very, very good. Thank you.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. All right. Super Chat is open there, everyone, on YouTube. Don't forget to do a little shopping at our SOR Vault. Join up for the Space Travelers and get your free cable from Cable Guy Matt. Here we go. Welcome back as we pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, hanging out with all of you tonight. Thank you so much for choosing us to spend your time with. I want to remind all of you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR News Wire, and you can rock out to Bumblefoot as well. We're on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, and you can follow my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR as well. It's the Paranormal Roundtable. We do it at the final back end of every month, where I bring in some friends and we talk about the month that was in the strange and weird. Joining us tonight, we have from the SOR News Wire, Moon Joey from Cryptid Tales on our YouTube channel, Amber Bekkerud, Rich Giordano from GUFON Radio, from the Fenton Perspective, Lorien Fenton, and the man, the myth, and the khaki-slacked legend, we have UFO historian William Pullin. Now, right before the break, I had asked the panel a question, and William and both Rich chimed on in. And Joey, we're going to start with you on this one. UFOs, does it really mean aliens, or is it something all different altogether?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean aliens, but it more than likely means something that we haven't explained well enough or researched enough to know what it really is. It all depends on the experiencer, really. I mean, you have people that just are fascinated. They saw something they can't explain, and they might think it might be aliens, and they're happy with that experience, and that's it. But there are other people who want to know more, and they want an explanation, and that's something that I think we all want to know. Personally, I've done research on different things, including USOs. I don't know if that's an acceptable term for the ones that are underwater. But there are explanations, like there are supercavitation torpedoes that, believe it or not, go 200 knots underwater. And that certainly could be a plausible explanation for something traveling at great speeds under the water, simply attributed to aliens, because we don't know that such a technology exists. So, heck, I don't know. It could go either way, but we should keep an open mind to all possibilities.
Well, there you go. Amber, your thoughts, UFOs versus aliens?
I don't know. I think I'm on that weird border of like a UFO to me growing up was always an unidentified flying object. It never actually meant aliens. It could be, something that we haven't identified before, whether it's military or space debris or what have you. But I think depending on the conversation I'm having and who I'm talking to, then yes, my head could very much go straight to aliens and that it is aliens that they're talking about. Or yeah, I don't know. I'm on that weird fence where it doesn't always mean aliens to me, but it could in certain situations. But yeah, if you haven't identified what the object is, it's a UFO. Whereas anything to do with aliens or alien specific would be extraterrestrial spacecraft or aircraft or an extraterrestrial sighting if you see an alien here on Earth or anything like that. So I think it has been interchanged by a lot of people. So it really also depends on how you're brought up with it, I guess, and how people around you were using the terminology as well for you to figure out what it means to you. But I'm on the fence. It can go both ways depending on the conversation.
And final word, Lorien, I can't be the only one who thinks that UFOs means aliens.
Well, I've got a weird take on it. I'm so old that they were flying saucers when I was a kid. Okay. And in all the science fiction, they were flying saucers. And then about the late 70s, early 80s, everybody started calling them UFOs. And it was the military who coined that phrase, just like it's the military right now is trying to get us all to name it a UAP, which I find extraordinary because what they're doing is they're seeing how many young people they can entrain to believe that that's their description of it because they don't want you to think about the alien that might be controlling that craft. Okay, so they're trying to get everybody's mindset so that they don't even think about it. Leslie Kean said something very important a long time ago when this whole thing with To the Stars Academy started and the whole shebang. She said, we will not be going to that spot where we talk about the A word. We are only going to talk about, within the Wall Street Journal, To the Stars Academy, all the PR marketing, everything that goes out with these things. It's all going to be just about the craft itself because we don't want to touch that topic until we have much more proof that these things are actually from another source, another planet, another dimension, wherever the heck they're coming from. And then we'll start talking about the intelligence behind it. And my guess is because it's a military controlled program that it'll be 20 years down the road before they even bring up the A word. I mean, what was it, 2017 when they first started this whole thing with Tom DeLonge it was 2015. Tom DeLonge came out with a video saying, pretty soon we're going to launch something so incredible your brain won't be able to wrap itself around it, right? And then the next thing you know, it's 2 years later and they finally get on a stage and say, we are To the Stars Academy. Then it was 2019 or 18, they start their TV show. Well, this thing is growing as slow as molasses. And that's what they want. They want to start entraining our brains, especially the younger people, that these are UAPs and that you don't think about what might be behind it and that they keep fooling us into thinking it might be them behind it. In all of their TV shows, they allude to the fact this could be military. And that's what they keep saying. Well, it's a game they're playing with us and we're falling for it. So as far as I'm concerned, they're whatever you want them to be, whatever works for you. And you have to decide yourself whether you're brave enough to decide if there is an intelligent being behind it flying the dang thing, or if you don't want to go there. And that's really what we're talking about here.
All right, we're going to have some fun here now, everyone. And you're not expecting this, but, we're all following the story of whether or not North Korea leader Kim Jong-un is dead or not. Apparently, a report has come out this afternoon that says that he is walking around and that there's now doctors flying in from China to make sure that his heart surgery went okay. But we're going to turn this into ufology here for a moment. because Kim Jong-un has one of the best haircuts we've ever seen. I'm sure you can all agree with that. Very tight on the sides with the slick back square look on top. Nobody in the country is allowed to have his same haircut because he's one and above everyone else, and as he should be as a deity that he is. So my question to you, and Little Richie G, you're going to kick this off. Which ufologist would look best in Kim Jong-un's haircut?
Oh, God.
Okay. I think I would like to see Luis Elizondo in that haircut.
Oh, that's nice. Why is that?
Yeah, I think he needs hair, so that would help a lot. And it would make him look just, I think, a little bit more open, like he's not so, self-absorbed and a bully. And no, I'm just kidding. I don't know. But that's my opinion. I just want to put that out there. No, I think it would give him a little bit of pizzazz, a little like, hello, I'm Luis Elizondo. Don't be afraid of me. Yes, I used to lie all the time for a living. Now I just do it for fun. That's the kind of hair that would give him. I don't know why I. What?
That is just awesome. Lorien, how about you? Who are you giving the Kim Jong-un haircut to?
It's gotta go to Stephen Greer.
Sorry. That's a good one.
Lizard Man himself of that bad Beatles haircut, man. Oh my God! If there was ever a reptilian that needed a hair job, it's him. So there you go. Just leave it at that. I'm not even going to go into the lies, the scandals, the stories, the truth, the fiction. I mean, my favorite thing about Stephen Greer is when he gets up on a stage and he says, "I met with the King of Siam and his 1,400 cats, and we were all introduced to the woman who was the magician of the court of, blah, blah, blah. And then we all sat down and had tea, and he told me his UFO experience." I mean, if I hear one more aggrandized story about who he knows and how he knows him, I think I'm going to throw up. But having said that, that Beatles haircut would look great on him.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's a good call. Good call. Moon Joey, I want you in on this one, my friend. Undo the bandana. Which ufologist out there would look the best in Kim Jong-un's haircut?
Right away, what popped into my mind was Giorgio Tsoukalos. I think he worries so much about his hair that I would die just to see that on him.
Oh, yes. Well, he does kind of dictate like he knows what he's talking about, so he does equal out to, what we're talking about here tonight. And, Robert in the chat room says, "Dave, how would your beard go with that haircut?" Ouch. Ouch. Oh, my goodness. Amber, which ufologist are you giving that haircut to?
William.
Wow. Wow. William Pullin.
Oh, Amber, touche, Amber, touche.
I've heard nothing but compliments. I heard nothing but compliments. Is that all? You're not even going to say why, Amber? You're not even going to say why?
Well, I mean, he's one of the few that I actually know, for one. So, that helps greatly. I don't know. I think it would be interesting to see what he would look like with that haircut. Slicked back.
Oh. Obviously, you don't know. William has hair down to his waist. So I guess.
I know.
Oh.
Yeah. That'd be a massive haircut, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Have you seen those transformation haircuts where people who have hair down to their ass and they cut off right to their shoulders? It changes people. I think it'd be an interesting change.
All right, William, let's hear your response. Be nice to the young lady.
I know. I'm a gentleman. I can't say anything. I had Giorgio Tsoukalos in my head, but that was taken. So, gosh, with that haircut, I don't know. Oh God, can't name him. Gosh, I don't know. Greer would look good with that hair. I guess I'll give it to. He's not a ufologist. I guess he's not. What's his name? He's on Ancient Aliens too. Childress, David Hatcher Childress. That guy. I guess I'll give the higher to him. Everyone took my choices, so I'll go default with Childress and leave it at that. So.
Well, I'm going to push the envelope here beautifully because they have the same size foreheads. I'm going to say David Wilcock, first and foremost.
Nice.
All right.
Outstanding.
And if you mullet the back.
Wait. He's not a ufologist. So because I thought of him first too, but he's just I can't say the words.
A weasel?
Live on air.
A weasel?
A liar? A plagiarist?
An ass clown? Can we say that on air?
Yeah, he's an ass face clown.
Yeah, I think we're.
I could go in a completely different direction here. I could say Linda Moulton Howe.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, could you imagine Linda Moulton Howe? I want to see.
How about her cat?
Man.
Yeah, put her cat in that hairdo.
The cat.
Okay, my other call, because he has such an incredible tight mustache, Robert Bigelow. Robert Bigelow with the Kim Jong-un.
He'd look good in it.
He would look good in it.
He can rock any look.
Yeah, he would look good in that. And, if you put a mullet on the back, you got Corey Good as well. So those would be my three choices in regards to that. Mm-hmm. All right, let's tighten it up here a little bit as we got about 7.5 minutes to go before we go to break at the top of the hour. It's the SOR Paranormal Roundtable moving on tonight. Let's get into UFO history here a little bit because, William, I know this is your forte, but we're going to take it down a different road with someone else starting it off here. And Rich, we're going to start off with you. So many times we hear the new ufologists out there that are coming into this field, and they're all about the technology. They're all about the smarts. They're all about wanting to know, their Roswell is the Tic Tac or the gimbal film or the Go Fast film. And they're all worried about the technology and what these craft are and what they're doing and what certain people are talking about, whether it's TTSA, whether it's George Knapp, whether it's the UFO expeditions or the UAP expeditions that'll be going out there. They don't use the term UFO because the antiquated researchers out there use UFO. So they're using UAP. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but there is a real changing of the guard in this entire field. So my question to you is this, Rich. How important is it for this field in ufology to remember its history rather than just focusing on the now?
Oh my God, it's the most important thing of all in any, research or study. You have to know where this came from. You need to know what took place back, in Roswell, if you believe it. And if you go with that mind that you're going to believe all the things that you hear and say, you're just never going to find out anything. You're just going to be more confused than you were when you started. So I find it that, yes, there are credible people out there. You need to know the history. And I like everything in the 70s and before. Because there wasn't this new age technology where you can fake stuff on a whim with your iPhone, So I like going back to the 35 millimeter film. I like looking at old NASA footage, if there is any left that you could find. There's a lot of stuff out there that if you look at it in the olden days, 30, 40 years ago and beyond, the stuff today looks too perfect compared to what people actually captured. Yes, the technology is different. The cameras are different, but it's weird. Everything looked more realistic, even though it didn't look as good than things that we're going to say look real now that could be made from a phone. So it's hard, that Utah sighting that, the drone footage that had everybody up in a uproar a year or so ago turned out to be a fake and everybody thought it was real. So that's the age they're living in. They're living in where everything is fake. Back then, there was hope for us. I wasn't a researcher in the 80s, but no, doing my research and going back and looking at the history, it was very important for me as a researcher to understand where we came from and how we got to where we are today. And you can see the changing of the guard. Like every decade, it's always something new, something big that re-energizes ufology. And yeah, Tic Tac was there. Roswell, the Phoenix Lights, then you have the, in 2005 or 6 was the O'Hare disc that was floating over the runway. So there's a lot of different things and major sightings that seem to happen like clockwork.
Yeah, Stevensville comes to mind too.
Yeah, Stevensville, huge, right. Yep. So that goes all the way back to Gulf Breeze. That's kind of when I think,
absolutely.
Kind of when it started to get into the internet. Right after Gulf Breeze, the internet was came out in 95, pretty much in everybody's home. But yeah, you got to know your history before you can know the present and knowing what you're going to do in the future. See what works.
Joey, what's your response?
I agree with Rich. I don't want anyone telling me what I should believe in. By the same token, I want to go back, and I want to go back to the very beginning of the history. I want to know what started that history, why, what happened exactly, the best reports I can find, and move forward through time looking at those things and then making that decision myself.
That's very important. Very, very, very important. Amber, how about you?
Yeah.
I think you have to. I mean, yeah, it was mentioned as a point earlier on in the show that you need to know where we came from to know where we're at now. So I think it is important. I mean, again, UFOs aren't really my forte at all. We know this. I think I'm here for the comedic relief at this point.
Ouch.
But they're not my thing. But no, I think it is important, even with the paranormal world and everything else, to know where we came from, to know and understand where we're going and, the steps that we need to take. And again, knowing all of the facts and seeing how people have twisted and played a long game of telephone and changed it over time.
Exactly. And your field is the same field. Just pop in the Warrens and the people going back that started all the ghost hunting and all that stuff. You've got the same thing going on. And I studied that too. I was good friends with Lou Gentili. I don't know if you remember him. He died, but anyhow. So yeah, the paranormal field and the UFO field, if you really look at the big picture on this, folks, it's all connected, all of it. So anyhow, I'll keep my mouth shut to ask me the question.
Very much so. We got about 2 minutes left before we go to break at the top of the hour, and 2 million minutes before we come back. And
a lot of time, man.
William, what's your thoughts on the history?
Well, I guess approaching from the other side of the coin, it's important to look forward. It's important to keep our eye on the ball and avoid the window dressing of issues that take our eye off our effort to find answers to the UFO issue. Now, one important part of that is that when you examine cases that are more recent, knowing the history of the phenomenon puts modern events in proper perspective, meaning that if you're investigating a case that's 3 or 4 years old or something that happened last month, and there's characteristics to what's being seen that seem to ring a bell, you can refer back to cases from the 70s or 60s or 80s that have the same kind of characteristics. So it puts perspective in that way. And then on the other side of the coin, we can also look at the history of the UFO issue and discover what wasn't done correctly. Where did we drop the ball? Where did researchers not do enough? Was there enough science here? Was there enough speculation here, or more of a woo approach? Where did we drop the ball and learn from our mistakes? And that's one issue that I have with a lot of, not personally, but professionally, a lot of researchers are not comfortable saying I'm wrong or I don't know. And none of us knows. There are no definitive answers to this problem. There aren't. We're all in the dark still. We have a lot of ideas, but we don't have any concrete answers yet. So if we all get comfortable being unbiased, open-minded, and apply ourselves to the issue, and without, like you said, without having any preconceived notions.
Right.
And we're aware of past history in our effort to go forward. That's a good thing. So.
I'm going to leave it right there, Lorien. We're going to get your answer with that as well. And if our good friend William wants to continue that, we will. 2 hours down, 1 hour to go on Spaced Out Radio. It's the Roundtable. William Pullin, Lorien Fenton, Amber Bekkerud, Rich Giordano, and Joey Moons with us. We're having a great panel tonight. Join us in hour 3. It continues. That's a strong hour, people. Strong hour.
What was the question?
About UFO history.
I didn't write it down.
UFO history. I'll be right back, guys.
To know your
you guys
history.
chat away. Remember, we're hot mic on
okay.
YouTube, okay?
Hot
Okay.
mic, YouTube, got it.
UFO history. Is it
Yeah,
important?
Yeah.
Oh,
course.
Jesus. You guys, you know that's my shtick. I mean, it's like, yeah, all I have to say is yes.
Right. That's a softball question.
Yeah, that's like, oh, man, wait till I get going on it. I got something good to tell everybody. Okay, I just got it, but I lost that thought. Now I got to figure it out again. Okay.
I hate that.
What point was I going to make that was really important? Shoot. Okay, I got to meditate for a second, folks. I'm muting.
Okay. Lorien is now meditating, trying to regain her conscious thoughts while here on Spaced Out Roundtable Friday in some places.
Yeah, it was Saturday.
It sounds like you're whispering. It sounds like the Masters on CBS.
Yes. William Pullin is coming up for the debunk here on the 18th question.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Off on the 17th question, Amber is now hitting her second reply. She's only about 250 characters away. And on the 16th tee, we see Joey. Joey's looking at his ball. He's not sure if he wants to use the Earth or Mars golf ball. Very good. Very good. Yep. All the golfers are using the Solar System brand golf ball. That's right. By Spaced Out Radio, the Solar System orbital
I'm never
golf
going to
ball.
remember what I wanted to talk about. I can't. You're making me laugh so hard I can't think.
Oh,
Oh, plus 2 hours sleep last night didn't help, but that's okay. I might pop back. Who knows?
Rich, I have to say that I think one of the big appeals for you and your show is your intuitive genius that you just come out right and just say these things. I don't know how you think of them, but it's really, really cool.
It's the Italian.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, it is the Italian. I'm telling you.
I also like being alone. I think being alone I wasn't an only child, but my sister was old enough that we never hung out. So, you do stuff by yourself. You got to be creative. I think it goes way back then.
Yeah.
I agree.
At 8 years old, me and my friend Billy Machuli next door, we used to grab the recorder and make believe we were Phil Rizzuto and Howard Cosell calling the Yankees baseball games. Even at that young age, it's just something we did.
That's so cool.
Not knowing where it would bring us today.
Oh, Jesus. Isn't that the
So
scariest
beautiful.
part?
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful
Yeah.
thing. It couldn't have happened to a better guy. Not me, Billy. He got
So-
out.
He got out. So the question is, can you do a Howard Cosell impersonation for us?
I haven't tried it. Let's see. This is Howard Cosell. Coming to you from ABC Sports. We just got done seeing Reggie Jackson. I can't do it. I'm going into some
That's
other.
Close.
I have
That's
to-
Close.
I could do 2 or 3 words if I work at it. I was
Yeah,
more
I'd
of a
love
Phil
to.
Rizzuto.
Oh, Phil Rizzuto. Yeah, he was an interesting character.
Yeah, he was cool back then.
Yeah.
Calling games for the Yankees. Man, it was nothing like it.
Yeah. God, I miss my hockey, you guys. I've been
Oh,
the only thing I miss is hockey. I can't believe it. I sit here and I go, oh, I work, I do my UFO, I do my radio, I do my stuff, I put on my conferences, I do whatever, and I'm just missing my hockey.
Oh, how could you
God,
not
it's
miss
killing me.
hockey?
Hear that? And soccer.
Ah, I'm suffering, Dave. I'm suffering.
Oh, me too. Me too.
And no soccer. It sucks.
Oh, God, who cares
Oh,
about that shit?
God.
Soccer?
How'd your Cardinals do in the draft so far, Rich?
I think they got the receiver they wanted. So we've got I don't know his name. I can't remember, but we wanted him and we got him. Did very, very well so far. I haven't checked since, so first day. Cardinals are going to make the playoffs if we get to play next year. What a team we got. We traded Johnson, thank God, the running back.
Oh,
You guys picked up that receiver from Houston, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The Houston receiver. That's who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
You know, I first time ever, and I don't watch movies, but the other day I was watching the Kevin Costner film Draft Day. I really liked that movie, man. Really liked that
watch
movie.
it again.
Yeah, I really want to watch it again just to kind of like go over it again, because I've been in the war rooms during the NHL draft, okay, like the media war rooms during the draft and everything like that. And it's very accurate to what hockey is. I can say that. It's very accurate, you know, and I really want to watch that again. I thought they did a good job with that movie. I really did.
Wasn't he grooming a girl to do what he's doing?
He was dating her, I guess.
Yeah, I saw that. That wasn't a bad movie, actually. You're right. I watched The Truman Show today.
Oh, good.
Because I like it.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, it was.
I love that movie.
I know. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Where do you guys want to go next? Is there anything?
Truman Show. Let's talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
No, let's not. I've never seen it.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, you have to watch The Truman Show.
Dave, let's watch it.
Yeah, let's just skip this and skip hour 3, and the radio stations will be like, where the hell's that third hour, Dave?
I didn't say now. I just said let's watch it.
Oh, yeah.
What made you think I meant now?
Put up a sign that says "Gone to watch movies."
Second rude? Yeah.
All right.
Will, are you still mad at me?
Oh.
No, I'm thinking that. Okay, you mentioned that movie where he was, what he said, he was dating the girl.
Yeah. 10 seconds, guys.
Was she tattooed?
No, but she did have very high stiletto heels.
No, Dave, sorry.
All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. Music's on.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
We're kicking back with hour number 3 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. We especially thank everyone tuned on in to our terrestrial affiliates across North America. And on the digital side, we're on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Isotropic. Isotropic is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR News Wire, and much more. Don't forget, follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, along with following my personal profile at Dave Scott SOR. We have the SOR Roundtable. We do it near the end of each month here on Spaced Out Radio, where we take a night to kick back, relax, and talk about the month that was in the weird and strange. Joining us tonight are from GUFON Radio on YouTube. We have Rich Giordano. From the SOR News Wire, writer Moon Joey. from Cryptid Tales on our YouTube channel, Amber Bekkerud. Lorien Fenton is here as well from the Fenton Files, as well as UFO historian William Pullin. Now, right before the break, we were talking about the importance of UFO history for those who are coming into ufology, those who are currently in ufology. And I wanted to, Lorien, talk to you about this because, you are a very big proponent of still learning about the secrets and the mysteries of the cases from years ago, all the way back to Roswell. And my question is...
Oh, no, way before Roswell, but go ahead.
But the question is, what is the level of importance of learning about UFO history in comparison to today, where we seem to be very jacked up on what the technology is?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the show, and I got to tell you guys, sitting on my bookshelf, I'm looking right over at it, is a book printed in 1880 about space brothers or angels that were visiting this guy, and it's a fascinating book. It's one of my oldest books on a person talking about their encounters with aliens. And then also, if you guys go back into the Bible, there's many, many accounts that I now believe are, of an extraterrestrial kind of origin in how they happened, especially this whole story about the Virgin Mother getting impregnated, Ezekiel's wheel. I mean, there's 2 or 3 more I can't remember off the top of my head, but the reason I bring that up as compared to the history of UFOs is because they've been in our history freaking forever, since we can remember. These people, these aliens, these other beings that fly these UFOs were flying the Vimanas around in India back in 4,000, 10,000 years ago. So my point is, they've always been with us. So in studying our history right now, like you're talking about our new technology, it's just a different way of looking at it. But we've been studying ufology through religion and spirituality and all other types of modalities of conscious thought for a very long time, because they've been with us and they've shown themselves to a mass amount of people over thousands of years, and we just had no way in the technology realm to kind of measure them. And my opinion about how the differences between reading a book and studying the history of people's stories about their encounters or their sightings or whatever, and the new technology they're using, like meters and trimeters and whatever they're using, like at Skinwalker Ranch and all that. I'm telling you, folks, that new technology is not going to make an iota of a difference, except for it's going to get us closer to figuring out how much further advanced these beings are than we'll ever be. It's just all it's gonna do. I can tell you guys, the summary of the Skinwalker Ranch episodes are gonna be, we have no idea what technology they're using to do what they do. And because we are ants compared to the mentality of these extraterrestrial beings that are out there, whether they're angels or ascended masters or ETs or Greys or reptilians or Pelagorians or whatever. I mean, I'm telling you, folks, it's a big mystery. And the only way we're going to solve this whole thing about the history of what's going on is when they come down and they show it to us, all telepathically, all at the same time, the history of humanity. And that's it, And if we're lucky, we're going to get the answer when we die. Okay? Hopefully. That's just my take on it.
Hopefully. Anybody want to respond to that?
Hopefully.
Well, I want to say something, but I agree with her, but I think a lot of times we talk a lot about reverse engineering a recovered so-called extraterrestrial spacecraft. And what makes us think that we can actually do that? Where are we going to get the materials from? And just seemingly we can just go ahead and just copy it. I mean, perfect example would be, now Iran is not as technologically advanced as us, but they took the remaining F-14 Tomcats. They tried to reverse engineering them and they couldn't. So what they did was they went with a simpler airframe and used like an F-5E Tiger and just called it by a different name. So I think that the technology out there is way beyond something that we, are capable of duplicating.
I'd like to respond to that because I do know the answer to that, but I can't talk about it, which is very sad. And I'm just going to throw this out as the hypothesis, okay? Let's say there's some aliens working with us that have given us a little bit of technology to work with, and I don't know where, why, or how they've done it. Okay. And we're able to actually back engineer their craft via, Bob Lazar and other scientists that were working out at Area 51 back in the late 80s and early 90s. Let's say they did it. And here's I'm just going to throw a story out to you guys. I'm at a science conference several years ago. One of the top guys that was dealing with I can't say anything because you guys will figure out who it is. There was a guy sitting there, and the conference was completely over, and he had been working with another friend of mine on a DIA Department of Defense contract, DoD contract, and we were talking about UFOs. And I didn't say anything. A bunch of us were talking. And finally, at the end of the conversation, I said, yeah, I saw a big black triangle one day. And he looked at me, and I knew in that moment that I was getting confirmation that we have a secret space program, that they do know the difference. There is a difference. There's ours and theirs, and that we're out in space right now. Okay. So somehow we have a space fleet out there. Okay. And I've seen him, because when I answered his question, I said it was definitely ours, because I did not get any telepathic communication or nothing from the ship. It just appeared. That was it. I got nothing. I got none of the feelings. I didn't get a download. I didn't get anything I would get from a extraterrestrial vehicle. And he goes, that's it. And that's all he said to me. That's all he had to say. So I got confirmation that we have a secret space program. So I'm just leaving that to you guys. I don't know how we back engineered it. I don't know if they know, but I literally have been getting hints and bits and pieces from people that actually know the truth. So I know it's real.
Oh, there you go. There you go. All right, let's move on here, because we got a lot more to get through on tonight's panel with the SOR Roundtable that we continue with here. And just for the sake of Amber here, because we love Amber around here, Amber, we're going to start with you on this one. And guess what? We're not going to choose a UFO story just for you. Just for you. Because we love you. Yeah, well, we do care. We do care around here every now and again. And anyways, this is regards to hauntings. All right. Just a couple nights ago, we had Joni Mahan and Deanna Simpson on and talking about this great book that they've put together about Deanna's horrifying haunting experience in her home, in her dream home that her and her husband bought a number of years ago. They've since moved out of the house, and it was a very traumatizing type event when they were going through this, caused a lot of emotional problems for the family. These beings were attacking their children. They were attacking everybody mercilessly, inside the home. And my question to you is, one of the things that we always hear about hauntings is, I just couldn't get up and leave. I wanted to leave. I couldn't. Do you believe, Amber, that a lot of these spirits that are haunting these houses are really having the ability to keep people in their homes rather than letting them get away and sell it?
I'm going to get a little serious here for a minute. Yes, I do. And simply for the fact that I think if you bring it down into more of a human level, it would be the same as asking like a man or a woman why they didn't leave an abusive relationship before they did. You knew it was happening for so long. Why didn't you just leave? And I think it's when you're in and dealing with a haunting. I know that's like a really deep way to put that in there, but it's the same. It's the same. When a haunting is so bad that it is hurting your family, your children, it's affecting your mental health. It's really taking its toll on your ability to live your life. It is the same thing. It is the same idea and the same kind of situation where you are used to it. You are short-sighted in the fact that you can't see what you like. You know where you want to go, and you know that you want to leave, and you know where you want to get out, but taking the steps to get there seems nearly impossible, because every time you take one step forward, that spirit or that thing is hauling you back 7 steps. So depending on the situation, it can be something that can really take over your emotions, take over the ability to, make the correct decision. I've seen multiple cases where, people who have never, sure, they've had sad days or what have you, but they get into a house that they thought that was their dream home and everything else, and then on a dime they switch and they become the most abusive person in the world. Since moving in that house, you take them out of the house, they're out for a little while, and they go back to exactly how they were beforehand. Now, not saying necessarily that that's always spirits or it's always a ghost or whatever that's causing those things. Maybe there's something else in the house, or something that was affecting the chemical structure of their brain or anything like that. But it happens so often and time again that I think it is very possible that, things can have a hold on you. And when you buy that dream house, when you get that house that you absolutely wanted, and then there's something wrong with it, you don't want to admit that to yourself. At least I wouldn't. It's my dream home. Why would I want to get rid of that finally? When I'd been searching for it for so long, because this thing is going wrong. But I think it's hard for people to separate themselves when they get to that point of it's actually physically affecting my family, myself, people who come over, people who visit. My friends won't come over anymore because the ghosts are too much. They're getting hurt. They're getting scratched and kicked and pulled and thrown, and having nightmares. It's a tough cycle to be stuck in and break yourself out of, for sure.
Let alone the banks really don't follow the idea that your house is haunted. Yeah, we still need that mortgage payment, if you don't mind.
Exactly.
That would be great too, because getting out of a mortgage even early is extremely expensive. Joey, let's get your opinion on that.
Well, I have a specific belief on that, and is that the unseen, they'll do whatever they can because they know that you cannot see them. However, if they cross from their world into ours, they are breaking the law that has been set in place. And now, once they break that law, they are bound by ours. And if you have a faith belief that is strong in the way of dealing with it, you have the upper hand to get rid of them.
What is that law? I've never heard of that.
The law, it's a cosmic law, is that there's yin and yang in the universe. There's good and bad. There's the opposite for everything. But that they do not have dominion in our world, in our physical world. They exist in theirs. We exist in ours. And to cross over is basically forbidden. But just like any criminal can commit a crime, they can break that law, but now they have to pay for it.
And how do they pay for it,
I
Joe?
could tell you a story. Well, they're going to be taken care of it by being sent somewhere that they don't want to go. Perhaps they're going to be sent to where they didn't go in the first place. A lot of people talk about crossing over. They talk about going to the light. But you've heard a lot of times stories about people that just hang around because they have like unfinished business, whether it's a good business or bad business. But the hanging around is not good for anyone. That energy is no longer a living energy in our physical realm. So, and even they cannot stay here forever because they'll enter what's called a state of entropy, where they will slowly diminish and fade away to non-existence. So they have to move on, but they just don't want to. Now, you've heard of exorcisms. There's all different religions have ways of getting rid of these negative things. And it's all about the strength of the belief in that religion that you practice. that will help you get rid of them.
William, your thoughts?
Yeah, the testimony that in all the cases of apparitions, hauntings, things of that nature, seems to suggest, from a scientific standpoint, that at least a certain percentage of people that can't seem to move, they can't seem to react in a physical way, maybe as a direct result of something happening, something being cast onto them, some influence being put on them, something beyond what they're doing to themselves. Because there are instances where individuals, and it doesn't have to be like a ghost sighting, but people can be so scared out of their wits by something anomalous being seen with their own eyes, they freeze, so they can't move. They're frozen. Does that explain some of them? I think possibly some. But again, the testimony suggests that people have this feeling that they're being influenced by what they're experiencing, meaning that the apparition has a direct, has some sort of an ability to influence they're unable to move physically as a direct result of the apparition. So I'm comfortable saying that at least a percentage of those cases may be explained like that. So as to what's actually going on with those individuals, I don't know. I mean, it's not my field of study. It's fascinating, though, to ponder the possibilities that an apparition from another realm of existence is having an effect on somebody in our universe. That's an interesting question to ponder. You know, how things can influence each other across boundaries like that. That's fascinating to me.
Very nice. Very nice. We got about 2.5 minutes here before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Rich Giordano, your thoughts?
Well, I need a lifeline, Dave. So I'd like to ask for asking me what is the question? I forgot.
Just in regards to serious hauntings in people's homes, okay? Like a lot of them, they want to run away. They can't, whether it's due to mortgage, whether it's due to the fact that they feel the spirit has something locked down on them that they can't just get up and move or get out of the house, you know, and they feel trapped. And how do you believe that spirits can actually trap a person in their own home?
Well, not intentionally. I think, well, we don't know because we never know what they're thinking. So I would have to say, yeah, people who buy a home, get a 30-year mortgage. How are they supposed to move? You can't. You can't break the contract that quick unless you want to pay the huge penalty, which most people don't have that kind of money. So they get stuck in their environment and they have to deal with this phenomena, whatever's going on. And you feel like you can't leave because you can't leave. Where are you going to go? Now, there's a lot of people who grew up in these homes and, you know, they were either the home's real old, already had history, and then their family moved in and they've been there for 40, 50 years. You don't want to give up the home either. So I could see it, you know, wanting to stay there and not lose your home because of something that you really don't know if it's true, your imagination, you keep questioning it, but it keeps happening to you. It's a very tough situation for these families that can't move. I feel bad for them.
Me too. Lorien, 45 seconds. You're up.
Yeah, 45 seconds. Okay. My theory on this is
time's up.
Okay, I'm done. No, my theory is if you're stuck in a house like that, you've got to learn how to deal with living with them.
Yeah.
And maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know. It's all individual situations, I think. Not my expertise.
Oh, come on. Everybody knows that little Lorien Fenton is very intuitive. Very intuitive.
Well, I've seen my share of ghosts, trust me. I've been down that path. I grew up being a psychic. So, you know, I've been there and done that. But I actually used to clear houses back in the day. If you want to talk about it over the break quickly, I will tell you guys a story about people having to learn to live with it. But yeah. It's an individualized problem, is what I'm saying.
All right. And on that note, when we come back from the break here and go into our final half hour, we're going to start off about the experience, because April has 3 big anniversaries for me personally in my own experiences. We're going to get into the experience next with our great panel of Rich Giordano, William Pullin, Lorien Fenton, Moon Joey, and Amber Bekkerud. We'll be back with more Spaced Out Radio after this. That was a fast half hour. See how I threw that in there for you, Amber? Because I care.
Thank you.
You're welcome, beautiful.
Now, have you seen the Bigfoot video recently?
Which one?
What Bigfoot video?
A guy showed up on my TikTok feed yesterday or the day before. He lives in northern Quebec, and he lives in a small First Nations town in northern Quebec, and he's been posting videos about how he has been hearing weird noises and saw a Bigfoot, and was supposedly posting a video of the footprints that he was finding.
Interesting.
Okay. What website is it on?
Yeah.
I will try and find it and find the actual link.
Great. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, we're going to need that link.
I still want the Patterson film to be real.
It is real.
No, it's not. It's real fake.
It is real as anything, Giordano.
It's a fake.
You know what's
Dave,
you know what's
guy...
fake? Your answer is a fake. Your answer is fake. You know?
Here we go.
You know, your football team is a fake.
Oh shit.
At least we got one.
Ouch.
Yeah, there
Ouch.
you go.
Leave my British Columbia Lions alone. We haven't won a Grey Cup in a while. You know what, though? As Amber's looking for that, I have been thinking recently, I've never had an NFL team to cheer for. I mean, I liked the Pats because I'm a Tom Brady fan. I like the Seahawks because technically they are the closest NFL team to me. I like the Pittsburgh Steelers because of their history and everything that kind of goes along with Steeltown. I don't have an NFL team to cheer for. I don't know what I should do, or if at this point in my life at 46, if it's even worth finding myself an NFL team, because I really like football. I really do. I don't know. I'm kind of lost on this.
That's a shame.
Ouch. Thanks, Rich.
No, it is. No, I'm serious. I mean, you have hockey, but they never win.
That's not
Why
true.
don't we have an NFL team in Canada?
Because we have the
Vancouver Canucks have won.
We've never won a Stanley Cup.
That was
Canucks have never won a Stanley Cup.
You guys have gotten you got to the final round of the playoffs.
Means nothing. Means nothing.
I know.
You can't burn your city. We're even 0 for 2 in riots because we can't even riot properly after losing the Stanley Cup.
It's true.
For 2 nights.
Oh, ridiculous.
Oh, that cracks me up.
Ridiculous.
I sent the link to the group chat. You have to slip through. You have to sift through some of his videos to find the other ones, but that's the one where he actually points out that he sees it.
Okay.
Amber, can you put that in our YouTube chat as well, if you don't mind?
Okay.
That would be kind of cool.
Okay, how do why can't I get?
Wait.
I can't get to the group chat. Why can't? There we go. All right.
It won't let me.
Wait, he's saying he sees Bigfoot and it's the size of a piece of salt.
I know. So then he, if you look through the rest of his videos, he talks. It's all natural living and living on a reservation in northern Quebec and stuff. So it's all normal everyday stuff.
It is moving. It's in our Facebook chat, Lorien.
Oh, okay. I don't do Facebook much, so I'd have to really search for it.
Not really.
That's fine.
Not really.
Later.
It's in our chat group on Facebook that you already messaged earlier. That's actually kind of interesting.
It's in that one.
That's actually kind of interesting.
Messenger.
All right.
It won't let me send it in YouTube, on the YouTube one.
Oh, weird. Okay. I'm thinking of the of the Las Vegas Raiders, to be honest with you. I'm thinking of the Las Vegas Raiders because I love Vegas.
Those are my Oakland Raiders. Oh, they're traitors to us again. My Oakland Raiders.
I will not forget about the riot in Vancouver because I was supposed to party at the Roxy that night and didn't end up going. Bastards ruined the city on a loss.
How do we watch the rest of this guy's videos? It's only letting me see the one.
So you click on the picture.
Oh,
I can't even get it to play.
There's
if you
nothing
click on,
yeah, I got it
if
now.
you click on, and then you go through and you scroll through. He has like a bunch of different videos, but you kind of have to figure out where the like other Bigfoot videos are.
Oh my God, he's skinning a animal on this. Who wants to see that?
He's native. Of course he is.
A lot of daily life.
Yeah.
But he shows you videos of like...
That's been viewed 1.2 million times?
Yes.
That video, that dot video?
Yes.
That's unreal. Uh-oh.
All right, we've got...
I see.
Yeah, so the Bigfoot one has been viewed 34,000 times. All right.
Okay, I don't see any Bigfoot.
You got to look where the little hand
go
is.
Through.
Yeah. All right, guys, we got 30 seconds here. 30 seconds. Las Vegas Raiders.
Guy's faking us. This is all fake.
Las Vegas Raiders.
I'm looking at it.
That's what I'm feeling.
Las Vegas Raiders.
You don't like that, Wilhelm?
No.
Well, I guess we...
It'll still like grown.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Las Vegas Raiders. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for joining us. Want to remind you that if you've missed most of tonight's show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including Rockin' Out to Bumblefoot and checking out Captain Shirk's SOR News Wire, which is updated daily. Remember, we are also on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show. My personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. I'd love for you to give us a follow. For the final time tonight, I introduce our panel to the SOR Roundtable, which we do near the end of each month here on Spaced Out Radio, where we get into some weird, strange stories from the month that was, which is now April. Now, we are joined by Lorien Fenton from the Fenton Perspective, Moon Joey from the SOR News Wire, who writes for our website, Little Richie G, GUFON Radio, UFO historian William Pullin and his fantastic pair of pleated beige khaki slacks, and of course Amber Bekkerud, the tattooed temptress of Cryptid Tales on our YouTube channel. Everyone, welcome on back to the show. Very much appreciate all of you coming on in. And I want to get into the experience here for a second because, you know, for a lot of us out there who have had experiences that we cannot explain, we remember them as clear as day. I remember certain experiences I had personally as vivid as my children being born. And it is that affected me that much. In April, for some reason, a lot of stuff has happened to me. I have 3 dates that I had anniversaries to. April 10th was the day I had the UFO landing, which was communicating with me from about 150 yards away after calling me outside at a friend's house. April 15th was the anniversary of Samantha Mowat and I, 6 years ago, walking into the forest and meeting up with that extraterrestrial right in the middle of the day. And then on the 20th, this past Monday, it was the 5th anniversary of Carl, our resident alien, showing up at my window while I was broadcasting a show talking to Harvey Kraft about Buddha. So it's been a big month for me experience-wise, and a month that I, kind of look forward to every year because I get to talk about it again and again and again and again. But this gets to the experience that everybody has. How profound, William, should we take the experiences of people in this field? Because recently we are so fixated on the scientific aspect of everything. Have we forgotten that the experiencer is the one who has to deal with this on a daily basis?
Oh yeah, that's definitely part of the equation. That's this effort to push science has overlooked the experiencer. It's caused this rift between the two camps. That won't get us anywhere. A huge part of the data that we have on the UFO topic comes from testimony. The vast majority of the evidence we have, we can call it evidence, is testimony. We have, compared to that, we have very little physical evidence. So we need to, as researchers, whether you're a scientific researcher or not, it's vitally important to, one, interview witnesses in an unbiased way, two, ask them, and to, from my point of view, almost demand of them to chronicle their events quickly and meticulously, and three, not belittle their efforts. People are seeing things that are anomalous. They're intelligent, they're grounded, they're common sense, they're not wanting to be made fun of, not in the least. Now, is that saying all their sightings are extraterrestrial in nature? No, but it's a personal thing. They should be treated with respect and go from there. And because of this rift between the scientific aspect of UFO investigations and experiencers, that doesn't always happen, and that's unfortunate.
Joey, the experience. You've had some strange encounters in your life. When you look back, how important have those encounters been for you and really molded the way you are as a researcher and as a writer of this phenomena?
Well, I kind of agree with what Bill just said. I think that anyone who has an experience, first of all, I don't agree with keeping it to yourself, because the experience is probably the best evidence, if you want to call it that we have. I mean, you're not going to find much physical DNA evidence or anything like that. So it has to be cataloged. It has to be that experience has to be put in some kind of a database. So as more people relate their experiences, maybe there's a pattern that we can come up with. We can see why, where, what time of day, what time of year, day, night, all these things that can start to build a pattern that perhaps can move us towards solving and resolving in our own minds and hearts what that experience did to us.
And I agree with you on that. I mean, for many people, Joey, it's very traumatic. Whether that's a positive trauma or a negative trauma, it's really something that is traumatic to each and every person who joins in on the conversation to share their own experience. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't feel. I feel like you have to get it out. You have to talk about it, no matter who you're talking to, about it, whether it be a professional help or just someone that you trust, a friend, a loved one, but don't keep it inside. It's not going to help you move forward.
All right, Amber, your thoughts.
I think it's played an extremely big part of me and how I came to be as I am in the paranormal world. I was lucky enough to have parents who, when I was a kid experiencing things in terms of ghosts and unexplainable things that I've seen, my parents would talk to me about it when I would bring it up to them and actually talk me through it instead of just dismissing it and saying, oh, it's just, an overactive imagination, or it's just, you're just seeing things, it's fine. So I was lucky in that sense that my parents really talked to me and helped me explain it. Plus my dad had an interest in it anyway. And my mom has a bit of a background in it as well. So I think that makes all the difference in the world is, like Joey just said, having somebody to talk to, whether it's friends or family or somebody who's more experienced than you or anything like that, to share your experiences and get more knowledge about them, and just try to understand them better. And I think the more that we can do that, the more well-rounded we're going to be as researchers in the end. Whether it's UFOs or paranormal or extraterrestrials or cryptids, the more that we can share and gain information and knowledge and share each other's experiences and everything else, the better off we'll be in the end of the day.
Little Richie G, you're an experiencer.
What was your, yeah, and it's impacted me every time I've had an experience, weird stuff. But I wanted to ask you a question. You said April 10th was the first time you saw something, right?
No, April 10th was when the UFO landed and called me outside at my friend's house.
So, but think about it. You had April 10th, April 15th, and then April 20th. 5 days? Were they all the same year?
No.
Same month?
10th and 15th were in 2014, and the Carl at the window was April 20th, 2015.
Well, for myself, April 15th, and April 16th are red letter dates for me, because that was the first night I got my dog on the April 15th, and I went outside to walk him and saw a couple of lights moving like I've never seen before. And then the next night I went out there at the same exact time with them, looked up, and just there they were. Same thing. Didn't happen a third night though, but interesting. Yep. And that's what propelled me into this field. Seeing that. That's how thought-provoking it was, and it didn't make sense, and it couldn't have been satellites. Very strange.
Lorien,
yeah, but if I didn't have that experience, no, I wouldn't even be here.
Lorien.
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh, no. We need little Richie G here. We need little Richie G and his stories and his calling out of people in their own chats. And, it's a beautiful thing. I think you're like a sheriff for this community, man. You're like a sheriff.
I am. Yeah, I am. I've dubbed myself or called myself the UFO police, because nobody else is really doing it as loudly as me.
Well, Dave knows I do it. I just do it with a big hammer in the background, right, Dave?
Yeah, you and Richie would get along. You guys would be one hell of a wrestling tag team on the UFO field. That's for sure. Rich, I swear to God, if you could get Lorien to come off the top rope with a clothesline on some of these UFO people, it would be one hell of a match.
It would be. She would destroy him. I could tell.
Well, I'm doing a good job, but I don't talk about it. See, that's how stealthy I am.
That we need that in your
that's my biggest pet peeve about the whole damn group of people, is that you've got all these people out there that are doing this for a living. Once it becomes a living, you cannot do this anymore. It should be taken away from you. Just like our politicians, once you've been in there for 4 years, you got to go, because after that, you're serving your own interest and not mine. And that's what happens in the UFO community. People get a big head and they go, oh, everybody's listening to me. And then, oh, I'm so cool. I'm this, I'm that. And then they start lying on stage, and I can't take it anymore. So anyhow, but what was the question, Dave?
Just in regard to the experiences, how they have forged your way and they help forge the ways of gaining and garnering information from the experience.
Okay. Well, now I think every individual person who has an experience, whether it be with Bigfoot or it goes all the way to seeing a Thunderbird or they're being taken by aliens every night or whatever, I have been told by my aliens or angels, as I call them, that these are private, personal experiences for your consciousness and spiritual growth. Okay. Having said that, they also told me several years ago that people need to start sharing this and they need to do it just once or twice to get it off their chest so that they know that they're not crazy, because people need validation from each other. And believe it or not, that's why I started my radio show, is because I decided, well, the aliens basically said, you're going to do radio, and the reason you're doing it is so that people that no one knows can get on there anonymously if they have to and tell you their story about their abduction. And I thought, well, that's cool. So I eventually, that's what I did. And I pride myself on bringing on people that nobody else will, that have never been on radio before, and telling you their truth as they know it. Now, in having said that, I can also guarantee you that 99.99% of those people that have been on my radio show said to me after they were done with the show, I am so happy I did that. I never want to do it again. And they feel great now, and they feel like they're part of the community. They got to tell their story. They feel good, but there's always the bad apples in the group that go, oh, well, this was so cool. I'm so all that, right? That the next thing you know, they're working their way up the ladder and trying to get fame and fortune. And I literally, and I can tell you guys this, and I've said this a million times on my show. I was there when Corey Good started out back in 2013. I got a phone call from this guy, and he said to me within that phone call that lasted for about 40 minutes, me interviewing him to be at my Super Soldier and Mind Control conference as a speaker. He said to me, how do I make money at this? And I want to be famous. Anybody who says that to me, folks, I hang up on him in 30 seconds. I say, thank you very much. You've been wonderful. I really appreciate your time. And I hang up. Because the reality is, if that's what they're into it for, then they're never going to give you the truth as they know it. And that goes back to what Joey and I were just talking about getting these people out of the community, because their intent is not to help humanity. Their intent is to help themselves. And I'm done with that. And as Dave knows, I voice my opinion about it honestly and often. So there you go.
Absolutely. And why not? Why not? Just kick him in the shins. That's what we need to do. Just kick him in the shins, Lorien.
I'm sorry, you guys. I am sorry to be so just pounding it on here like a female Alex Jones. But hey, I've had to take the brunt of these people. I mean, I've had them literally get on my stage and lie, and have people come to me and say, "Why did you put that liar on your stage?" And I go, "I didn't know." And they go, "Well, here's what he did to me." And then I hear about it afterwards. So I'm very, very cautious now about who I deal with and what they're up to.
William,
so there you go.
William, Lorien kind of brings up a good point here in regards to the fact that the experience is important. However, if you're automatically trying to amplify it and make it into a financial endeavor, how does that not affect the community negatively when people out there are trying to just find out what is going on with them? They're not looking for money. They're not looking for fame or fortune for the majority of people out there, but there are the charlatans out there that you've been very vocal about who are really trying to take advantage.
It's a horrible situation. You have researchers you never hear about working behind the scenes quietly to gather information, to gather testimony, to gather data, not for financial gains, not to get invitations to a conference or write a book. They're working for the sole purpose of solving this problem, the UFO issue. Unfortunately, because there are charlatans, there are hoaxers, there are fraudsters in the UFO community, the level of professionalism, the level of integrity is very low. So no wonder a lot of experiencers don't want to come forward, because they're dealing with unprofessional people. In my interactions here in South Texas, when I discuss things with an experiencer or I interview them and I ask them about their testimony, and I simply say, "What did you experience?" and never ask them another question, because I don't want to lead them. And they describe the entire event to me, and I chronicle everything. Or if they provide me documentation, they look at me like I'm from another planet. They're used to being belittled. They're used to humorous content. They're used to a joke being made. They're used to it being a lighthearted comment. This stuff needs to be taken seriously. This is a very serious issue. And if the level of professional...
I got to say something right now. I'm sorry to interrupt you, and then there's the people, and I'm not going to name their names, but they're pretty big in the UFO field right now, who will call those people, and they'll hear about them through the grapevine, and they'll call them and say, oh, I really want to hear your story. And they take it all in. And then the next thing you know, I'm 6 months later at a conference, and I hear them tell that person's whole story. And the person comes up to me and says, hey, they just told my story. You know, they don't give me credit. They say, oh, I was talking to a person the other day, and this is what they said, and here's my take on it. And they never even give the person credit for it, or say their name, or just thank them. I mean, if all these people would be fine with it if they just thanked them, but they don't. They just steal it outright, and they don't give a rat's ass. It makes me infuriated.
Oh, she's mad tonight. She's mad. She's going little Richie G.
I haven't started pounding the cable yet. So you guys will hear that when that all starts.
Well, the good news is we only have about a minute and a half left to go before we got to start winding things up here. And anybody else want to comment on that before we start to see our way out of here? Well, don't all jump up at once, everyone. Come on, Richie. I know you got a comment.
About what?
I don't know. Whatever we've been talking about tonight.
What are we doing?
Oh,
is this still on? We're still live? Oh, I'm joking. I'm trying to buy us time here. Sorry, William. I know it gets frustrating.
That's okay. You know what, Rich, while we're here, why don't you just take about 15 seconds, tell everybody about GUFON Radio, where they can find it.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Well, it's on YouTube. It's under GUFON Radio Stream. It was on every night during this 19 thing, but we're pretty much just on YouTube. You can see it, hear it, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, pretty much every night. We're going for a while, and that's that.
It's a great show. Subscribe to it. You'll really enjoy it. William, where can people find your work?
You can find me on Facebook on my UFO group entitled UFO Real, a Historical Review, which is an objective examination of the UFO topic. And you can find my personal blog also on Facebook entitled William Pullin, UFO Historian, where I vent my personal feelings about the issues with the community.
Awesome. Lorien, 10 seconds. Your show.
The Fenton Files on KCORradio.com and the Fenton Perspective on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, right where we're here being listening to tonight.
Perfect. And Joey, where can people find your writings?
On Spaced Out Radio as a commentator. I have an incredible article coming up from an interview with a indigenous medicine man. You'll be amazed at some stuff he's doing.
Perfect. And Amber, when do we get the next Cryptid Tales, my beautiful friend?
Hopefully soon, but I've got a whole bunch of things going on in the world with everything on YouTube. So I have my YouTube channel and Cryptid Tales here at Spaced Out Radio, and I'm on the path to 1,000 subscribers by the end of May. That's my goal.
Beautiful. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody out there for tuning on in this week, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home.
Make a mistake. We're watching.
Have a great week, everybody. You guys have been absolutely awesome. You guys make it so much fun to broadcast in front of each and every night, and that's why we are here. All for you, all time, on Spaced Out Radio. Have a great night, everybody. Enjoy your evening. Good night. I have such a tough time in not timing things because I can't time anything for my radio stations. So I can't say, like, yeah. Like, for instance, this show will air in Toronto or in Mississauga, Ontario on Monday. And it'll air tomorrow in Bellingham, Washington in a few hours here it'll air. So, I mean, it's so tough in actually trying not to time everything, because normally I would say, like, call this episode the Friday Night Roundtable, right? And I can't. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because people are hearing it on Saturday or Monday or Tuesday or...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sucks.
It does suck because I do the same thing. I have a replay over at Vara's network, and he's asked me not to date anything because it all replays, So I'm like, oh shit, I have to not say anything,
I hear you.
It's hard.
I hear you. We're still live on YouTube, everybody. Because we have
I used the S word.
Oh, that's all right. YouTube, you can. YouTube, you can.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So Ask Clown is okay on your broadcast.
I'll see if I get in trouble for that or not. But
okay.
Not gonna get in trouble for ass.
You're an ass.
Yeah.
You're a Richie ass.
I said it.
You're an ass. You're an ass. I don't think we'll get in trouble for that.
Well,
No.
now, which one of you guys all want to come on my show? Because I can book everybody right now. I might as well get some work done while I'm here.
Honestly, you should book all of them because they're all fucking brilliant.
Okay. So who wants to go first? I've got the calendar out.
Little Richie T.
Don't everybody jump in at once.
I'm sorry. I was doing something to go on your show.
Yeah.
When are you on?
I'm on Mondays live from 5 to 7 p.m. Pacific, and then again at 8 to 10 p.m. Pacific.
Twice?
Two different networks, two different live shows, all on Monday.
Oh my God, you do two totally different shows?
Yeah, well, they're not totally. Yeah, I have two totally different guests, so the topics are always totally different.
That's cool.
But I'm pretty much ranting and raving about the same thing at the beginning of the show. Yeah. So,
does anybody else hear the scratchy noise? Like,
yeah,
I do.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Is that normal, Dave?
No, I think that's Joey's phone, to be honest. But that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right.
It's that.
So I have,
it's all the deer around Joe right now. He's got too many deer antlers around.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Is your show video also, or just audio?
Just audio. 2 hours. About an hour and a half. You'll be talking to me. Revolution Radio only has one break at the top of the hour. KCOR has 3 breaks. So I've got right now. I'm looking at Monday, May 25th at 5 p.m. for the Revolution Radio show. Anybody want it?
God, I don't know if I'm working yet at 5 o'clock. I mean, we're on the same time. I mean, I don't know yet.
Oh, you're Pacific, and you don't know if you're going to be back at your job in the evening?
Well, the thing is, I don't know where I'll be working. Probably not. So put me down. I'll do it. But I have to, no problem. My show starts right after you would do that. So that's good.
Oh, okay. So you do your show at 7 Pacific.
Yeah.
Okay, Joey, spell me your first and last name, please.
Excuse me, Rich?
Me, Rich.
Rich, I'm sorry. God, I can't tell you guys apart without seeing you. Okay, Rich. How do you spell your last name?
All right, I'll spell it for you. You got your ears on?
I do.
I understand the voice. R-I-C-H. Giordano, I'll spell it. G as in good. I as in igloo. O. R. D as in David Wilcock. A as in Asagio. N as in nuclear. And O as in, another hoax?
I like that. I like that.
And I need let me add this and let me
Send it over
put
to
your
me.
Skype name in there.
You can do that. That'll work.
What is your Skype name? Do you know it off the top of your head?
I do.
Okay, I'm ready.
I believe it's GUFON Network, all one word.
Okay,
GUF as in Frank, O as in Octagon, N as in Nancy, E, T as in Tammy, WORK as in kite. GUFON Network. Giordano's UFO Network, greatest UFO network. Capiche? All right.
No, I don't, because my I wasn't typing it. I was typing somewhere else at that time.
All right.
Just repeat it one more time faster.
No, I'm done. I gave you everything.
Okay.
No, I'm
fine.
joking. I'm joking. My gosh.
That's okay.
It's GU.
Good man.
GUFON. GUF as in Frank. ONET. WORK. GUFON Network.
Got it. Okay, and that's how I find you on Skype. Perfect. I'm going to try to.
If that doesn't work, then you'll have to do the AZUFO show, all one word.
Okay, that's what's showing up in our chat tonight.
Oh, then that's it. All right, because I switched it for me. I see GUFON Network. I don't see that. Okay.
Okay, I need to copy that, and I'm going to send you a friend's request right now.
All right, thank you.
How come you can't copy anything in frickin' the AZUFO show?
There's something in here.
God, I hate Skype. I swear to God.
I'm gonna keep my hair, Amber. So sorry.
Okay, fine.
I'll make it up to you. I'll mail you some more Guinness. So I apologize.
Okay, say hi. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to connect with you right now in Skype so we can get that set up and done. Now, the next person who wants to be my next victim.
Victim,
I've got
I love it.
Monday, June 1st. Either show available, 8 p.m. Pacific or 5 p.m. Pacific.
Gosh.
Amber, come on, you can do it. I know you can do it.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay, so it was 5 p.m. I'll put you in the first show.
Okay.
You'll be on the Fenton Perspective. What time zone are you in?
Newfoundland time, so I'm 4.5 hours ahead.
Jesus Christ! So you'll be 9:30 for 5. Yeah, 9:30.
9:30. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad I'm putting you on the earlier show. That's so Amber. How do you spell your last name, Amber?
BEKKERUD.
RUD. And your Skype name?
Same thing, all one word.
Oh, same thing, all one word. AMBERBEKKERUD. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm going to send you a friend's request here pretty quick, and then you guys will all get emails. Oh, I don't have your email address. I'll tell you what, I'll put it in Skype for you because it sounds like you guys are probably in Skype a lot. Is that correct?
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Okay. Well, you'll get some kind of verification. And you know what? I'm going to put my email address in the Skype chat of what we've got going tonight. And I would like for all of you guys that I'm booking on the show, just do me a favor. And what I want you to do is I want you to email me and just say, this is my email address for the show. And that way I can email you guys the whole spiel about being booked on the show. Okay?
Aye.
I am back.
Okay. All right. So I got 2 of you. How many? I need another victim here. We need Mr. We need Joey and we need William.
I'm a no. I do very few shows.
You do very few shows? Well,
Very few.
What am I going to do?
I'll listen to your program. I've never heard it before. I'll listen to your program and decide from there. I do very few.
Oh, God. David. what have
I'll
we
get
got here?
I'll get William over there. I'll get William over there.
Okay, I was gonna say he's never listened to my show, and he's gonna listen, and he's going to judge me. He's going to judge me.
That's what he's doing.
No,
That's what he's doing.
not at all. Nope.
What is it then?
Cracking me up.
An objective observation. Judging is biased, so don't do
Well,
that.
you're going to make a judgment,
No, make an observation.
Oh.
and then you'll judge on whether you're going to go on or not.
Yeah,
No, then I'll
exactly.
decide.
You can't backpedal.
Just
I'm not.
Let him.
I know,
I told her no.
I know you did.
Okay, yeah. All I'm gonna say is one thing. David, should he be afraid of me? Should he be afraid to go on my radio show?
Yes, a little bit, because William comes from a very scientific background and isn't very much.
Well, that's fine.
I mean, you got to realize his entire wardrobe is khaki gray or beige slacks. So, I mean,
Hey, I've had the SETI guys on. I've had so many scientists on my show over the years, and I'm good with them. I don't persecute you for having chosen that profession. In other words,
Dave,
yes.
would I be wrong to say this, that Lorien sounds like Heather Wade?
No, I totally different. Totally different.
You're wrong. She sounds just like her.
oh God, no! Please don't say that. I'm gonna cry all night, Dave. Look what he said.
Am I wrong? I'm wrong on that? Because the whole
I
night
think
I've been
so.
thinking
No,
she's actually much better than Heather Wade, but she does sound like her.
No,
God.
Heather talks more like Art Bell. And
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
yeah.
But
Oh,
I'm just
thank
talking
you.
the tone.
Sorry. I was feeling so depressed there for a second. I was almost suicidal. God, Dave,
No,
save me.
You put her to
Save-
shame. You put her to shame. Seriously.
I don't know.
Oh.
Judge Judy.
I don't know. I don't know. Joey, you don't do interviews, do you?
Hey, it took you 6 months to get me on.
Joey, you gotta come on my show. You gotta come on. You gotta be brave. You'll come on right after Amber on June 1st.
I'll tell
It'll
you
be
what.
Great.
I'll make a deal with you. After I do this little adventure I had planned for when we're allowed to travel around again, I'll come on your show and tell you about it. Okay?
Okay, you're talking about the Stardust Ranch, right?
No, that's me.
No.
Oh, that's you.
No, that's
God,
Richard.
I got you. Well, William, now I'm totally confused. Wait a minute. Who's Rich? Who's William? And who's Joey? Joey, talk for a second.
Hey, what are
This
you
is
doing?
me.
Okay. What? That's not. Okay, wait a minute. William, I got your voice figured out. It's Joey and
Yeah.
Rich that I'm getting mixed up.
Mhm.
Okay, Rich,
Joey
say
from
something.
Philly.
Something.
Something. Okay, I got you
Something.
guys separated now. Okay, so which one of you is going on the trip?
I am.
Okay,
Oh my gosh.
that's Rich, right?
No.
William,
No.
Yes, yes.
it's Joey.
Joey's
Yes,
going on.
I'm the one going on this trip.
Joey's going on
Okay,
the trip.
Joey's going on the trip. Okay. All right. So Joey's going on the trip and it's to Stardust Ranch, correct?
No,
No.
Rich is going out
Rich
to
is
who's
going
going
to
first?
Stardust. Joey's going somewhere else.
Oh, okay. Where are you going, Joey?
I'm going into some of the indigenous areas of Arizona and New Mexico. And
Cool.
I'm going to go with a medicine man, and we're going to be doing some, work with people that have some negative entities bothering them.
Awesome. That is so cool.
Is that
I got a friend.
is that Cajun
yeah.
medicine man, Joe?
He doesn't want that known.
It is not him then. It
It
is not him then. Okay.
is not him then.
Well,
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say I have a friend that lives in the Four Corners area. Are you guys going that direction at all?
Yeah, I am. I'll be also going there.
Okay. I'm going to give you her name and phone number privately here. And I want you to contact her, and she can tell you some stories about the area. Maybe you guys could take her out to dinner. She's an amazing woman. She was the head of the Dowsers Association of America for many years. She's a past life regressionist. She has worked with people that have been mind controlled. She's a hypnotherapist. She's been a therapist. She's run a psychiatric hospital. She has seen things that would blow your mind. So I think she'd be really wonderful for you just to get to know, because she's really quite remarkable. And anyhow, I hope she's okay. I haven't talked to her for some time, and I didn't see her at the last conference, so I was worried that something might have happened, because she's older. And but she's got and she knows people out in that area that you guys would probably want to get in touch with. So anyhow, I'll get you on to her. Okay.
Okay.
So Joey, just email me and I will send you that information, and say you're going on the Arizona trip, and I'll know who it is and what's going on. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I seriously, I got, and I was just telling Dave right before this show started tonight, I got a phone call from a guy that is, he's actually filming himself disappearing out of his bedroom in his house.
No way.
And yeah, seriously. And so he was having trouble with the technology. So I put him in touch with my scientist friend, who I had to get the two of them back on Skype at about 9:20 so they can continue talking about it. But they're going to be working together to bring out to the world some videotapes of people being actually abducted, which is going to be mind-boggling.
That would be cool. That would be cool to see.
Yeah, really awesome. So yeah. So anyhow, so that's why it took so long, because I got this call like about 7:30, and then I thought I'd be done by 9. But God, that went on forever. You guys wouldn't believe what I was hearing tonight. It was insane.
I love that kind of woo. I love that kind of woo.
Yeah. It was nuts. So anyhow, so yeah, I mean, I know a lot of things, and the people I work with know a lot of stuff. I mean, these guys have been around the block. And what I was trying to tell you guys is that I know a guy, his name is Tron. If you ever hear him on my radio shows, he is the dude that worked for Bigelow and was out at the Skinwalker Ranch. And he's never told me anything outright, because he can't, because he takes his non-disclosures very seriously. And Robert Bigelow has sued people and put them, made their lives miserable for talking. So he's very serious about that. But there are things I've learned that he can mention, kind of in back channel way, that I've gotten out of him. And then what I've done is I've gone to the other people I know that were at the ranch at the same time, and I've asked them the same questions and gotten back channel information from them, things they can talk about in a back, kind of handed way, and put pieces together myself and figured a bunch of stuff out. So that space is really crazy. But let me tell you guys, if you're really into research, I got a friend, they're an older couple that had a ranch right near Skinwalker Ranch, where I wanted to take these guys, and they wouldn't go with me. If you want to do some research, I'll turn you on to these people, and they could take you out to their old farm and tell you all the stories and all the things that happened. If you want to investigate something, you can investigate.
That would be kind of cool.
Well,
that would be.
Yeah, that would be.
That'd be kind of cool. How you doing, Amber?
Yeah.
Good. I'm thinking I might let my bed abduct me, because it's 5:00 in the morning.
Oh yeah. You got that. Yeah, you got that other half an hour. You got that other half an hour.
Yeah.
Oh God.
William.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
William, would you like to say goodnight to Amber? Would you like to sing her a song?
No, I'm trying to ponytail my hair, keep it safe.
Come on.
My hair,
Come on, sing her a song.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll never let you go.
What should we
take it? So I can't figure that. But.
Hold on. What should we sing you, Amber? But as you're leaving here,
I have no idea.
What do you want to hear?
Someone save my life tonight. Sugar Bear.
Maybe some Foreigner Journey.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Come on,
right.
Come on, Rich. Just a small town girl. Living in a lonely world. She took the Newfoundland train to anywhere.
Going to the
Amber?
tattoo shop.
Amber, why are you in Nova Scotia?
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland. I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry. I literally had 2 hours sleep last night. My brain cells are not firing tonight. So Newfoundland, what are you doing there? How did you end up there?
My girlfriend is from here originally, so I'm from the Yukon, born and raised, and that's where we met. And we decided we decided a couple of years ago and moved last year. So we've been here for almost a year now.
Oh.
Actually, it'll be 3 days off of the year date anniversary for when I do the show with you.
Oh man, yeah, I remember that. Because you were packing as I had booked you for the show. I found Amber.
Yeah.
I found Amber on YouTube. I was just scrolling through YouTube one day, and I saw this amazing, awesome lady with this very sexy, attractive arm sleeve tattoo, and I'm like, I got to get her on the show, and she has been amazing for us ever since.
Cool. And so what is your main topic, and how do you do your research living in a place so far away? This is what I'm going to be asking you on my show. Because it's like, you're in the middle of nowhere and you're doing what, so how do you do that?
Honestly, we're not so far out of the way. Like, we only live 10 minutes outside of St. John's, and like here, because Newfoundland was its own country for so long.
Right.
It's got basically mixed history of Ireland, Scotland, and England. So we've got a lot of like the fairy folklore and a lot of paranormal, ghost ships, pirates, basically everything and anything you can think of. So my whole background is mostly paranormal and cryptids, and it just kind of seemed fitting to move somewhere where that seemed to be like we were out at my girlfriend's parents a couple days ago, just visiting and checking in and whatnot and social distancing. And we joked like it was no big deal because her dad's shirt was inside out, and my mother-in-law looked at him and said, "Are you afraid of the fairies?" And it was no big deal. Nobody thought anything of it. It was just another interjection into conversation that would normally happen. So it's been the perfect place to move to that has history. Because St. John's is the oldest city in Canada.
Cool.
So
very cool.
Yeah,
we can talk about, if you don't mind, on the show. We'll talk about how I've always perceived that the fairies were a different species altogether, but they could have been mistaken to be the gray aliens that make you think you're seeing that, with their stealth technology of making you see whatever they want you to see, the screen memory stuff.
Interesting.
So we can talk about that. And you were talking about crypto monsters. Do you know a bit about that? What is this tiny Texas Tarantula Rex or whatever? Tyrannosaurus Rex or something?
I did a video for it for Cryptid Tales. I think it was a couple weeks ago, I think. But yeah, tiny T-Rexes in Texas. It's a mouthful.
Every time you say it, I think of a song like "My T-Rex Left Me for My Dog." I can just hear him singing that song now. Anyhow, okay, cool. So I got a good idea of what we'll talk about, and don't worry, it'll go by really fast, and I have plenty to ask you. Okay.
All right.
It'll be a great show.
We're gonna go to the chat room here because we still have like 68 people watching us here.
What?
Yeah.
Very nice.
We're still on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was doing my personal stuff here, airing my personal laundry, man.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
Everything's good. We're all family here. We're all family here.
Uh-oh.
That's why I said right before I walked away, I said, remember, we're still on YouTube. I don't think you heard that.
Okay.
I don't think you heard that. That's okay. Anyways, this is a time of the night where I always say to our audience, ask us anything. If you have a question for anybody that's on here. Hey, Dave Altman, how are you? How are you, Dave Altman? Good to have you here, man. If you have any questions for our audience who is here, Amber's going to be leaving us because, well, she's tired because she's 4.5 hours. She's got to be different that way. 4.5 hours, ahead. And so if you have any questions for any of us hanging out here, feel free to join us. And if anybody on the panel wants to stick around, you're more than welcome to. If you got to get going, let us know, and we'll say goodnight to you. I mean, but I'll be here. I'll be here because that's what I do. I never go to sleep.
We'll stick it out.
Or just tweet me. Send me tweets. Ask me questions. I'll answer them in the morning.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
That is so kind.
At Amber Bekkerud.
All the same. Everything. All social media.
Yes.
Easy to find.
You just made everything easy.
I had to.
I know you did. And you're awesome for it. I love you. I really do. You make us sound so good.
Shucks.
I know. I don't want it to go to your head or anything like that. But, no, you were awesome tonight, Amber, and thank you so much. And I missed you, and I know you've been going through a lot over there, but you're amazing at what you do, my friend, and you make us that much better.
Thanks. I'll have to come back at some point and have a new tattoo.
Yes, you do.
Oh, yes.
Just
yes.
I go sleeping tonight, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Amber.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Take care, my friend.
Safe. Good night. Stay
Good night.
safe.
Good night.
Bye.
All right, the rest of you, we're all here. I'll put Amber's Twitter account in the YouTube.
Has anybody got a question? I'd love to hear a question
Not
tonight.
yet. Hey, put your questions in capital letters if you have any questions for any of us. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Give it a second because they're on a 20-second delay. Okay, Justin is in. I want to ask all what you think about SpaceX satellite grids. Are they creepy? Rich, you want to jump in first?
Yeah, I'd definitely like to jump in. They are creepy because it's something that you can count up to 16 people counted 20 of in a row. It's very strange to see these things. I haven't seen them yet myself, but the videos are very cool. Usually we can just see maybe one or two up to maybe 10, 15 iridium flare satellites before sunrise or after sunset, but this is something. Yeah, and what is he thinking of putting up 300?
Oh, no more.
300 of
No, a lot more than that.
Like 50,
more?
Like 1,500, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, that would be cool. I would love to see that, but I think I don't know. That is supposed to bring the internet to every inch of the world, right?
Yes. So they say.
Do we really? Is that something that we really have to? I mean, it's his money.
Where I have no signal and pick up internet and be able to go live on YouTube with our Sasquatch investigations.
That's true. Yeah, I guess in those areas, yeah.
You can already do that. If you pay for a satellite, monthly satellite feed, you can do that.
Yeah, that's expensive.
It is, but I don't know. This, we've already got enough crap out in our atmosphere. The last thing we need is 1,500 to 2,000 more satellites poking around. I'm just kind of over it personally. I really don't want them there, but we don't have a choice. How did this guy buy space anyhow? How did he get the privilege of putting those up there?
Because he put a fucking rocket up that works.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, how about this, guys? How about he's loaning his time on those to the military so they can use it as a priority way to communicate with each other all over the world?
Could be.
True.
Could be.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
forever, all that.
Do you think they'd let him put it up there without telling him that he has to do that?
Yeah, right. That's true.
I mean, come on. I'm not that naive, thank God. Yeah, these mofos in the military really, they don't allow you to do nothing unless you're playing ball with them.
Holy cow, going all Jody Shelley on us here. Going Jody Shelley on us.
Who's Jody Shelley? I don't even know who that is.
Former San Jose Sharks tough guy. Do you want me to go back to 1991 and say?
Oh, Jody. Yes.
You want me to go back to 1991 and tell you Link Gates?
Oh God, no. But you know who my favorite was is Ally Afraidy.
Yeah.
That's still my favorite guy.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Joey,
Yeah.
what's your thoughts of the satellites, Joe?
Well, I just worry about the seeing like star maps up in the sky and appreciating meteor showers and that kind of phenomena out there. The beauty of it. I hope it doesn't mess that up too much.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. At some point, I want to see, one of these garbage companies like 1-800-GOT-JUNK get one of their robots out there, robot shuttles out there to go collect debris and old satellites and pick it up and, scrunch them up like Wall-E there and bring them back down to Earth. That's what I want to see. That's the shit that will impress me.
There are a lot of people that confuse them for UFOs now. Just think when they put more up there.
Oh, I know, right?
Oh, I know.
I know.
It's gonna be ugly.
All right, next question. Greco, Dave, can you get a time traveler on? We had one booked for last Thursday, but they never made it. We'll do our best. If you want that kind of
Who
woo.
was it?
I don't know. I'm just making that up.
Oh, okay. So he was traveling in time, and you didn't even get him booked yet, right?
Exactly. Autopilot, thank you so much for your generosity in the super chat tonight, Autopilot. He is asking, so SOR, in your opinion, why do UFOs not help us if seen worldwide today? Because we are the greatest reality television show going. And if I was up in space coming down to look at Earth, I honestly would say there is absolutely no way I'm getting involved with them stupid fucking humans. That's my opinion. Honestly.
That's what I totally agree with you on that one. There's no way in hell if I was from another galaxy and looked at what we do to each other.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just think of just watch. We eat cows. We kill them in a mercilessly
if you say,
horrible
I
way.
swear to God, you say anything about bacon, lady, and this connection's gonna get real rough. Rich, what do you think?
About what?
About
Didn't you already ask me?
No, this is a new question, man. New question?
Okay, what's the question? I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Are you doing okay, Rich?
Yeah. I'm cooking at the same time, so I stepped away, so I may have missed something.
What are you cooking?
Chicken and rice with the General Tso sauce.
Oh, are we going to have a little salad on the side too?
No salad, no roughage for me.
No cow food. Okay.
No, it's enough. It's enough that it should be for two people. I'm gonna eat the whole thing. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you do that.
Yay,
all right, Rich.
Right.
The question from Autopilot was, why do UFOs not help us if seen worldwide daily?
Oh, I did come in right when you asked that. Okay. I just wasn't on top of it. They can't. Because that would mean full disclosure, and you can't do that to an indigenous species that wouldn't understand what's going on. We'd think we're being attacked. Heck, we think our own people are attacking our own species. So why wouldn't we think otherwise? They're not going to come down and help us. They know it's not a big flu thing. That's all this is. It's just a flu. Let's calm down. They knew it. They knew it was all a joke.
Let me tell you something, brother. It's a joke, brother.
Let me tell you something, brother. You don't come on this show and you don't do those two 24-inch pythons gonna get a grip on that reality, brother. Right off the top rope with the high leg drop, right across the chest, brother. Knock the wind out. 3 count. I win all the time, brother.
Who in the hell's that?
It's Hulk Hogan, sister.
Oh, Hulk. Oh, God, I love you.
Show some damn respect.
Yeah, I love Hulk. I like all those wrestler dudes.
Jimin. Iran #1. Russia #1. USA.
Iron Sheik.
Oh, sorry.
Iron Sheik.
my all-time favorite was Jesse Ventura and The Rock. I love The Rock.
If anybody could do a Jesse Ventura impersonation, that would be Rich.
I'd have to listen to him. It's been a while since I've done him.
Okay. Well, you got to put that in the forte, man. You got to put that in the rotation.
Just outstanding, Mean Gene. It's outstanding. I don't know if that sounds like him, but it does.
Nothing. You sounded more like.
See?
Yeah. You'll get him. All right. Next question. Where are we here? Chocobo wants to hear some stories about the friends whose ranch is near the Skinwalkers. Lorien.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, my brain. I'm looking at their faces, and I can't remember their names right now. They spoke at my conference 2 years ago. They've been on my radio show. God. Anyhow, the ranch is up north, east, a little bit of Skinwalker, if I remember correctly, and they were pulling out of their driveway one day. I'll tell you some stories about what they've seen there. They pulled out of their driveway one day, and they looked in their rearview mirror because they were looking back at the house to see if their son was closing the garage door, and a Bigfoot just strolls across the road right behind the car, like 6 feet behind the car. And they were watching this. They were just petrified. He kept driving. He said, he goes, I wish I had stopped and gotten out of the car and talk to it, but he didn't. So that was one incident. And then another one was there was a Skinwalker in India.
Who's breathing? Somebody's breathing into the microphone like they're having sex.
Oh my God, who is it? I want to know if I can join in.
I think it's William. Oh my God. Somebody fell asleep. I had to say something because my headphones are on, and I'm getting aroused.
Joey, are you awake, Joe?
That's not my style, Dave.
Oh, ain't mine neither.
Okay, I don't know if I can go on with this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I had to. See?
Okay, I think I can continue.
I want to know when we're gonna have an update on William Pullin's hair. That's what I want to know.
Oh, God. Yeah, we got to see that.
Oh, it's not going anywhere.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Not going anywhere.
It's beautiful.
You're not going to get the Bad Beatles haircut for us, huh? Okay.
No,
so,
not for anybody.
So they're sitting in their kitchen having dinner one night, or they're having a picnic. I can't remember the whole story, folks. So don't hold me to this when you get the book. I'll find it all and I'll get it to Dave so he can post it for you guys. But they're sitting there, and it's either they're having a late night snack or it's late in the evening, and this Skinwalker, this Indian Skinwalker dude, in a full garb of an Indian, with a wolf mask on, appears right on their back porch through the sliding glass window, and it's doing stuff and looking at them. And so they've had that happen. Then it just disappears. They've had UFOs flying over the house all the time, literally all the time. They're seeing them all the time. They've had, they've had so many crazy things happen. It was just like Skinwalker. And, one of the coolest things that happened was before they moved there, their daughter drew a picture of the house with a little ET, like a 3-foot gray, standing on the front porch waving at them. She drew it in crayon, and then and this was years before they ever moved to the house. And then they found the picture after they had moved, and it was just so cool. Oh, and what they're known for is the fact that he got abducted up into a ship, and then it was snowing out, and there was a circular indentation from where he was put back, and you could see his feet were coming from the sky going into the snow, kind of point down. And so the first tracks of him there's no tracks leading up to it. There's a circular ring. His feet are coming down into the snow, and then you see his footprints going back to the house. So they have photographic evidence of him being dropped out of a UFO, which I think is pretty cool. So, yeah. So they're a very amazing couple. I'll find their names. I'll get all this information to David. And you should probably have them on the show, Dave. So, They're a really amazing couple.
We'll do that.
Is this evidence? Is this on video somewhere we could see it?
It's God, I don't know. I honestly,
right.
God, I don't know.
That's
But
all right.
I'll get it all to you, and Dave will interview him, and you guys will hear some crazy ass stories.
Apparently, there's reports right now that are saying Kim Jong-un is dead.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what I'm worried about.
I'm just
who's
waiting
going to
for.
take over?
Well, apparently his psychopathic sister, if that's the case.
Oh God.
So we're in for
She'll be
another. We'll be in for another good one. Apparently, it's mismatching reports. Either China has dispatched a team to North Korea, including medical experts, to advise on Kim Jong-un, and there's also reports coming out latest that he may have passed away. Japanese media reports he's in a vegetative state, brain dead. So
So what's next?
I don't know.
No,
I mean, this has been. You think about it. This has been a pretty good year so far.
Something. I want to say something, you guys.
Yeah.
There are people out there that work for our government unwillingly. I don't know how to say this without getting myself in a lot of trouble. And they have no choice but to do what the government is having them do. I'll leave that to your imagination. And these people are so psychic that they can stop a man's heart.
Oh,
that's all I'm going to say to you guys.
I remember you telling me this. I remember.
Yeah. So that's and think about what happened to his father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. And this guy's pretty young to be having a heart attack.
Well, he smokes like 4 packs a day, though.
Well, that's true. So maybe it was the cigarettes, but I'm just saying there's a pretty good chance it was something else.
You never know. We'll find out. Because who knows if the news is even true. I mean, for all we know, he went for a vasectomy.
No one's going to have sex with that guy.
His wife
is paid really well.
His wife is.
Oh,
how do you think she's? Yeah.
Oh,
how do you think she keeps? She stays alive there, right?
Oh my God. That's just a scary thought.
Let's see here. Let's check this out. Any other questions we got here? Let's see here. All right, Greco is asking, why are people claiming to have the real scoop but can't tell us? I will answer this, Greco. I'll answer this for you this way. There are certain people whom I have talked to who have allowed me information to share. However, they've done it on the sly because they want the information out there, but they don't want to lose their credentials. They don't want to be a part of it. They don't want to be anything. So you kind of protect them as a source. And I know that's a lot. That's quite frustrating for a lot of people out there. Okay. I totally get that. And it's not fun. It's annoying and everything. But look at this. A lot of people, I'll take Tim McMillan when he had his article a few weeks ago come out on Vice, and he absolutely got raked over the coals because he kept on saying sources this, sources that. If you want to keep that information line open, you cannot disclose who you're talking to. All right. I have people that I don't disclose. Lorien has people, I don't know if Rich does or Joey does or if William does, but it's kind of the unwritten rule that you have to protect that information source. And when that person is ready to come out, if they're able to or ever wanting to, then you can out who they are. But until that time, you got to keep it tight. I know it's frustrating. I know it's a pain in the ass. All right. It sucks, but you have to protect the source. And that's all we can do. That's all we can do in this field. There are so many people playing so many different games with people. You don't know what the fuck the truth is anyways. That's the other tough
And
part.
I want to jump in here and say, you guys don't have to believe me at all. When I say I got this from a guy that I can't tell you anything more about it or whatever, you don't have to believe me. I don't care. I know it's true, and I know what they've told me is the truth, because these people are the people that have either have run from being killed, are protecting themselves by not talking. There's a whole lot of things going on behind the scenes. One of my guys was given fast-acting cancer and is no longer with us. So I'm just telling you, they kill people left and right. And I know people don't want to believe that, and they don't think it's true, but there is a guy out there that if you could corner him for 5 minutes and talk to him about it, that's Dr. Stephen Greer. He's got stories that'll blow your hair, but he never talks about them. You know why? Because he knows if he does that, he could be next,
So he told you in confidence?
No, he told another friend. Well, don't worry about how I know, but I know.
It's always a friend of a friend, so it's never
No,
from
it's
the
not
source.
a friend of a friend. It's a, direct source. But anyhow,
All
it
right.
doesn't matter. And I'm going
Okay.
to say one other thing. You guys remember Stephen Greer got cancer? So did his wife. Suddenly they were diagnosed with cancer at one point, and they both lived it. So there's a lot of things you'll never hear out of Stephen Greer that he knows.
I still don't
Dave,
like
I have
him.
to go.
All right, Richard.
Yeah.
No, I know. I mean, I don't either, but that's,
I don't want to eat on the show that's rude.
Not a
My
problem,
dinner's
buddy.
almost over.
Not a problem,
Almost ready
Richard.
breakfast, lunch.
We love you,
Thanks
Richard.
for having me
Yeah,
on.
I gotta get the rest too.
All right, Rich Giordano,
Good
everybody.
stuff, man.
Nice meeting you.
Rich Giordano,
Yay,
everybody.
Richard.
Good night, everybody. Discuss.
All right, and you're out of here too, Will?
Yeah, I gotta get the rest, man.
Yeah, where's Joey? Is Joey still
Thanks
here?
again, everybody.
I'm here.
Thanks,
I'm
William.
here.
It was wonderful
Alright.
to meet
He's
you.
there.
All right, Will. We'll
Good to
talk.
meet you too.
We'll talk to you soon.
You guys be safe.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Take care. Good night.
All right. And then there were three. And then there were three.
Are there just three of us left now?
There's-
Joey, Lorien, and David?
Yeah,
Dave?
we're the show now. We're the show now.
We're the
everyone.
show. Okay. I mean, there's people actually still sticking around to hear us?
Oh, yeah. There's 65 people still listening live.
Jesus. Don't you people ever sleep?
No, they.
You're like,
I don't know what they do, but they're just always here and they're always awesome. That's all I know.
oh, that's great. Well, pepper us with more questions.
Yeah. Any more questions from you guys on the Ask Us Anything tour here of 2020, where we're trying to figure out if the glorious leader is still alive or not? We're trying to figure that out right now. Let's see here. I can't find anything yet. I wonder if he accidentally ate bleach. No? Anyways.
Accidentally ate bleach. Is that something to do with COVID-19?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he was eating Tide Pods again because they looked yummy. I don't know.
Oh, God. I know. That's pretty funny, isn't it?
I
People
know.
would actually do that.
I know. All right, let's see here. What else we got? Well, Renee says she's alive and well because she lives in New Zealand. That's why she's here. By the way, Renee, how's Later Today looking? Can you give us an update on what Later Today looks like? We'd appreciate that since you're in the future. Greco says, I'm trying to sort through who and what to trust. You understand? Yes, totally understand. Totally understand where you're coming with that, Greco. And by the way, you didn't give us the baklava update today at your restaurant. But put it this way, I'll give you the quick rundown. If it's Q, if it's 4chan, if it's anything CGI through Secure Team 10, Third Phase of Moon, or whomever, don't buy it. Don't believe it. I'm in a fortunate place where I can go to people, whether it's Lorien or Grant Cameron or John Tenney or David Weatherly, and just pick up the phone and call them up and say, hey, what do you think about this? Rich Giordano is great for that kind of information. William Pullin is great. Chris Cogswell is fantastic. There's a lot of good people Look for the ones who are, if you want information confirmed or something like that, look for the people who are not the spectacles of ufology or UFO Twitter or places like that. That's probably the best advice, don't you think, Joe?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All my sources are guys like William that don't want to go on my radio show and don't ever want to be known. I'm seriously. All my people are like, no, I don't even want to give you my phone number. You know, they're like hiding in the woods like the Unabomber practically. So anyhow.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. All right, next question. Let's see here. Where are we? Lorien, Robin wants to know if you've ever seen orb streaks.
Orb streaks? I would say no. I have seen a couple orbs. They were smaller and they were very quick. One was red, one was blue. They didn't stick around long. One was streaking through the air, and that was the red one. And then the blue one was kind of floating around in a friend's house, and it went through kind of a wall and then out the other side, and that was the last we saw of it. It was about the size of a small tangerine, and it was blue. Now, I gotta say, I'm working with this guy right now. Oh my God. He's got video footage of orbs going through his house all over the place. And on top of it all, his young daughter is controlling their movement with her hand. And it's not CGI, because I put it through the CGI guys. I've tried everything I can to debunk this, but it looks like it's real. And it looks like his daughter is communicating with them. So she calls them angel balls.
Weird.
Angel lights or angel balls or something. And it's crazy. So I'm just starting to investigate that, and I'll have more for you guys on my radio show when I can finally convince him to come on it and talk about it to all of you. We'll put the videos up on the show.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah. Be fun.
Joey, what's your thoughts?
Oh, I have no thoughts on that.
Well, you're a man of many words, my friend.
I was thinking of asking Renee in New Zealand a question. I see she's in the chat room, and I wanted to ask her if she knew what was the longest town name in New Zealand.
All right, you're gonna have to wait 20 seconds for that, because there is a 20 to 30 second delay on that. So just bear with that. And
I actually have a sound clip of how it's pronounced. Would you mind me playing it right now?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, I'll let you hear it here.
How's
that for a name?
I didn't get that. I didn't understand a damn that she was saying.
It's like 20 to 30 syllables long.
Really?
It's a real town name.
No shit.
Yeah.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, can I ask Renee if she would sponsor me to move to New Zealand? I need a sponsor.
Apparently,
I want to get the hell out of
it's expensive
America,
there.
Especially California. I don't care. I got to get out of here. Help!
I know.
Me.
We're not going political, Lorien. We're not going political.
I know.
I'm remaining
but
apolitical here.
I'm captured in hell in California, and I got to move to New Zealand.
Well, it's only 7:46 p.m. there.
Yeah.
I don't care what time it is there. They got sheep and goats.
I'm looking for.
That's all I care about.
I'm looking for Lee A's questions here. Where are your questions, Lee A? All right. Nope. I'm looking for Lee A. Don't got a question there. Lookout World. That was a while ago. Lee A, do me a favor. Retype your questions, if you don't mind, please. I would appreciate that. Lee A, I'm still looking for them. Sometimes they just don't show up or they just disappear. It's the stupidest thing. Oh, let's see here. Renee says, well, I could if I'm a citizen, but I'm just a resident because she's from the U.S. too.
Oh, damn. Well, I'm happy you made it out, Renee, before it all happened. Good for you, girl. You go.
Yeah, she's been there for a while. 10 years, I think she'd been there. I think. I'm just intrigued by this whole Kim Jong-un thing.
Tell her to find me a ranch farmer that's got lots of money that wants to marry a big American girl. I'll go. I don't care what he looks like. He could look like a hobbit and I'll move down there.
All right. Calling all gnomes in New Zealand. Lorien's looking for a husband.
Exactly.
All right. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Lee A, I'm still waiting for your question. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm looking for other questions here. Lee A, it was your guys' thoughts on Chris Bledsoe and the lady predictions. Lorien, you want to take that?
Well, I would, except for I don't know what the predictions are, because Chris and I have never talked about them. We've talked about everything else. So
yeah, and it's funny because even on the show when I had him on a week and a half ago, I forgot to ask him about the lady predictions. But I could say this. Too. I could say this, Lee A. Chris Bledsoe is probably one of the most honest individuals that I have met in ufology. And I believe that he is very, very real. I mean, anytime with predictions, they can go wrong, but I don't think that Chris would knowingly want to steer people in a different direction by giving them misinformation. That's pretty... would you say that too?
Agree. Yeah, I agree with you, but I got to say one thing. There are so many, and Chris is one of them. I've known Chris for a long time, as Dave knows, but Chris, another friend of mine, there's another guy I know that's been a contactee forever that's having these kind of angel experiences. The reason Chris and I got together is because I had a lady in pink walk through my wall when I was about 18 or 19 years old in the swirl of a tunnel of white light. And Chris and I started talking about what they both kind of said, and we were realizing we were probably seeing this same entity. So that's how Chris and I met. Excuse me, folks, 1 second. Sorry, I hate it when I have to cough. Anyhow, so the reason I'm saying this is because I met a whole slew of people in the last 20 or more years that are major contactees like Chris Bledsoe that have had amazing, what I call angelic type of experiences that are given these prophecies or these predictions. And not one of them has come true when they said it was going to happen. Not one. And I feel bad for them all because they do come true, but it's never when they say it's going to come true, and it's never nearly as bad as they say it's going to be, or it's completely different and it's not even close to what, something major will happen. It's not even close to what they told us what was going to happen. So I just feel bad for them. And I just got another one of them told me that on a certain date in February, all the aliens were going to reveal themselves over all these cities. And I just said, honey, we've been going through this for 15 years now, and you've never been right. So why do you think it's going to be different this time?
Mm-hmm.
I think my personal opinion is that these guys are getting information about stuff that could happen, might happen, if we all get our act together and ask for them to come and really help us. But we never do. So it doesn't happen. They never show up over every city like in Childhood's End because we don't deserve that yet. We honestly don't. So anyhow, that's just my opinion, and that's what's happened to me around that whole subject of predictions from major contactees.
Absolutely. All right. Let's see here. Where are we here on the questions? Hold on, I gotta scroll up here. Greco is asking, what do you guys know about magnetic anomalies that could cause spontaneous portals or time shifts? Joey, that's your expertise, man.
Well, I'm not sure what he means by that. The only thing that comes to mind is geomagnetic activity. It could be caused by, tectonic stress.
Oh, wow. We just lost Joey there. Hold on. Let's get Joey back. Hold on. Let's get Joey back. Turn that off. Where did the people go? Where are you? Right there. Let's give him the old phone call here. Maybe his phone died. I don't know. Lorien, are you there?
Did we get
Yes,
cut off?
I'm here. I was trying to mute. Oh, I think he's back.
Yeah, there you are. There you are. All right. Go ahead, Joe.
I don't know if you heard anything I said.
No, we didn't hear. We didn't hear a damn.
Anything?
We didn't hear a damn thing that you said. But I'm sure you look good in your bandana.
Yeah, well, that's the only thing I have going for me right now. The only kind of portal I can think of would be geomagnetic, caused from something happening from tectonic stress and pressure in the earth around the fault lines. But I don't really have a lot to back that up with. So I can't say whether it's possible or not that any kind of a anomalous entity could enter or leave through that same portal. I just don't know enough about it to give an intelligent answer. I'm sorry.
Lorien, do you want to jump in there on timelines and everything?
Well, hold on one second. I had to slip some. Okay, I'm back. Timelines? Are we talking about portals? What was his question?
Let me pull it back up here. Hold on.
I think he said something.
What do you guys know
portals.
about? What do you guys know about magnetic anomalies that can cause spontaneous portals or time shifts?
Okay, I don't know anything about the magnetics involved, but I can tell you I know of two gentlemen right now that are scientists that are working on one on time travel. The other guy is working on opening portals to other dimensions. And they're both bona fide scientists. And and they think that you can do it with magnetics. They also think you can do it with light structure. I don't know how they're doing it, and frequency. So between those three items is, I think, how they're getting to what they're predicting will be the tool to open up portals or travel through time.
All right.
That's all I know.
Let's move on here. Where do we go? Let's see here. Scroll up. The YouTube chat jumps around quite a bit, so just bear with me.
The YouTube chat's the hardest one to follow because it jumps. Because if three people do something at once, you'll suddenly lose the whole page.
All right. Lee A is asking, what's your thoughts on the 3D NASA photos? Joey, have you seen those?
No, I haven't. No, sorry.
Lorien? I haven't seen them either.
Nope, haven't seen them. Yeah, I don't know what they are. When were they released?
I don't know. We'll find out. Lee A, describe that one a little bit more for us, if you don't mind, hun. I'd appreciate that. Moonstone is wanting to talk about missing 411, what's going on there. As I have said many a times, I really believe that it is either aliens, maybe the odd rogue Bigfoot, but mostly I believe that it's portals. When you have somebody who is riding their motorbike and they disappear, and like right by their friends, like say they're out dirt biking on some trails and they're riding up with their friends and, they go around a corner and they're only like 25, 30 feet behind and they stop the bike and they're gone. I really believe that person has ridden into a portal. I really do. Or aliens took them, one of the two. Because there was in the Missing 411 Canada book, and David Politis and I talked about that on this show. It was very interesting to me, this story out of Ontario a number of years ago, going back a few decades, where a young girl, there were 3 girls horseback riding, and the one girl wanted to go down a shortcut. Her twin sister and their friend didn't want to. They wanted to take the other way. And when they split, the girl who went off on her own, both her and the horse disappeared. Now, that's not going to be a Bigfoot. That could be alien. That's not going to be a human, because there's going to be footprints. There's going to be other signs. All right. And a human isn't going to just steal the horse. You need a truck to steal the horse, or, he could jump on the back of the horse and they could ride off. But, something could happen there where it could be easily solvable. All right.
Dave,
yeah.
I have a question about that. Did they track the horse hoof prints and what have you to a certain point, and then there was nothing?
Everything just disappeared. That's why I think a lot of these cases are actually of people on their new timeline. Everything is the same, but our timeline, they're gone. It's just like how many times you hear these stories of these young men between the ages of college age and 30 years old. They're out with their buddies in the city, and the one guy says, "Hey, hold on, I'm just going to run around to the alley, take a piss," and he disappears and is gone forever. You know what I'm saying? And his buddies are like 20, 30 feet away, waiting for him to come from behind the garbage can, and he's gone. I mean, we hear those stories. We laugh at them, but it's the exact same thing. I think what happens is a lot of the times these people are going through these portals like nothing happened. And on some other timeline, that's where they are. They're not here. They're gone from here. Possibly for good, but on that other timeline, they're still there. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, you touch on something that's like called a cosmological boundary, and faster than light travel. The problem is we may never find them again, is because of the universe constantly expanding. So when you enter a portal at one specific point in time, even if you were to successfully come back, that point in time would not be where you left it from.
Lorien, what do you think?
I totally agree with what whoever just said that. I think I was Rich.
It's Joey. There's only Joey, you and me. Joey, you and me, hon.
Okay. That's right. Sorry, guys. I was looking at some crazy email I just got, and I was listening, but I was working at the same time. Anyhow, so I totally agree with you on that. And I think, but the problem I have with that, and I've had this discussion with both of my time travel portal buddies, is what happens at the other end if they are going through a portal and they come out. And let's talk about the girl on the horse. So she goes down to is she a second person on the horse in that timeline?
There's three kids, 3 horses.
Okay.
The girl who disappears takes the alleged shortcut. The other 2 take the long road, and they don't see the young girl come out of the shortcut.
Got it. But what happens if the other girl goes through a portal and supposedly her world hasn't changed? Are there 2 of her and 2 horses there now?
Well,
from the other world.
Well, who knows?
See, that's my contention. If you go from one to the other, were you not in the other one to begin with?
Well, if you're living on a simultaneous timeline.
Yeah, but it's you get what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but maybe not. But maybe that one gets shifted out and the next one. Who knows? Maybe it's, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a tough call because
it is screwy.
My guys think there'd be two of the exact same person and two exact same horses.
Could very well be.
Because they're popping from one universe, and if they're on the horse and they're doing the same exact thing, like if it's the same timeline of a different copy of our world, then there'd be two of them, and that would be even freakier, I think. Just to show up and there I am sitting on a horse right in front of me.
Absolutely.
Like that'd be so freaky. I don't know what I'd do. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw that into the mix.
All right. Nikki is asking, Lorien, what do you believe about timeline changes then?
I absolutely believe they're real. I believe that I've gone through 2 or 3 shifts myself. I've had a couple of experiences that are pretty bizarre. I know if any of you have ever listened to me over the years, I haven't had an experience when I was young, about 8 or 9 years old. I was walking home from school with a friend, and a field that had been previously empty all the time. There's nothing there, trust me. Suddenly there's a house, and it's from the 1800s. I find out later it's a Tudor style home from the 1800s. I even researched the guy's name on the mailbox on a package that I went up and read the package name on it. And long story short, this is a guy from England in above London, in that northern area of England. And he was pretty famous. And I saw his house appear outside of Tigard, Oregon. When I was 7 or 8 years old, because I saw pictures of the house even later. And when I actually did all the research and found this guy and found out who he was. Anyhow, it blew my mind, and it still blows my mind to this day that I was able to do that. And the girl that I was with, I actually had a witness. I was with another girl, and I said, "Do you see that?" And she goes, "Yes." And she looked at me, and the terror on her face was mind-boggling, and she ran home, and she never talked to me again. And it was pretty crazy.
Well, you know what? I have, and I forgot to bring this up on the show. Damn it. I'm sorry I forgot to bring this up on the show. I'm going to call it misremembering, okay? I'm going to call it misremembering, but it could potentially be a Mandela effect. I had this happen. So here's the thing. I'm writing my book right now, and I'm on chapter 6, and I'm writing about my first and second, well, my only 2 meetings with Carl. And I went back, and as I even stated in your conference in San Francisco, Lorien, that on October 27th, 2017, that's when Carl came back, and he brought his buddies with him, and I heard the conversation. It has always been in my head as October 27th. So I'm pretty good with dates. I remember dates for me, like phone numbers, are very, very easy to remember. And long story short, I go to check. I wanted to get a quote out of the show where that happened. And I go into October 27th, 2017, and it is a roundtable night on a Friday night. And I start looking for it, and I start looking for the interview, trying to find that interview. And I'm thinking, okay, I know the person I interviewed, and it's somebody who you're not friends with, but Olaf Phillips. And I'm looking for the interview, can't find it. So I start scrolling around. Well, was it 2018 that this happened? Well, no, there's no show for October 27th, 2018. I go through 6 different episodes, and I end up finding it on August 3rd, 2017. So this baffles me. I call up Olaf and I said, when did we do that interview when Carl showed up? He goes, it was in the fall. Like, just matter of fact. He goes, I can't tell you the date. He goes, but it was like September, October. It was in the fall. I called up Everett Thiemer. I said, do you remember when I did that interview with Carl coming back? He goes, yes. I said, when was that? He goes, it was in the fall. He goes, I can't remember if it was...
How bizarre.
He goes, I can't remember if it was September or October, but it was in the fall. R. Keith Andrews, who I called that night, okay, to get confirmation about Carl being back, because R. Keith is kind of in tune with that shit. I said, do you remember the date when I had this incident with Carl? And he's like, yeah, it was in the fall of 2017, I believe. Now, the weird part about August 3rd was on, and I got to go back in time here, on July 7th till the 22nd, I was evacuated from my house due to the forest fires.
Oh, I remember all that.
And then I went, and then I had to spend a week at a friend's house sitting for him. Okay, after that, so that takes me to the 29th, 30th, and into August, maybe a little bit longer. And I also recalled that it was very, very smoky out because of the forest fires. Okay, and yes, we had days where the smoke wasn't too thick and it looked like you could actually see blue sky or something along those lines. But the night Carl and his friends showed up, it was a clear sky and there was no smell of forest fire smoke. And the forest fires around here didn't go out until late September. So that brings up another issue, because while I'm on my patio communicating with Carl or listening to Carl and his friends communicate, I'm also remembering that it was cold that night and I went to put a jacket on. And up here in summer, I can wear shorts until 2, 3 in the morning. Okay? It's not like wintertime here where I get cold.
Right.
All right.
Right.
And so I cannot process this properly. All right. I could not process this entire story properly because August 3rd, 2017 does not make sense to me. Does not make sense to me at all. And I don't know whether this is a
bizarre.
I don't know whether there was a time shift or if this is a Mandela effect, or probably the most logical explanation that I was misremembering. I do not recall.
Well, it could be that, but it could also be that Carl and those guys were screwing with you because, as you know, what they're famous for is making us forget everything. And then sometimes they'll put us back in different timelines and they'll put us back in different times of the day or night. And sometimes they actually put you back before it even happened.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the story about the guy who was on his couch and he got up to go get a drink and then he got abducted. But when they put him back, they put him on the couch. So he saw himself come back and jump into his body on the couch because he was back too soon. They put him back too soon.
Yeah.
So
Ozzy Rob.
Who knows what they did to you?
Ozzy Rob in the chat room, he was actually, he was tuned in on this because he's very intuitive. He was tuned in on this, and he's in the chat room here. And he was saying, Carl, I'm going to read what he said here. It says, Carl and his two miscreant fellows clicking in the backyard. He goes, that I saw. If they create their own portals, they know. If they go through someone else's, they can't tell the difference. And then he goes on to say, he goes, oh, shit, it jumped here. Where is it here?
I hate it when it does that.
Oh, I know. So do I. Now I got.
I wish they'd make it so you can make it grow in size, so you didn't have to scroll all the time.
Oh, I mean, fully right. Where the frig is this now? Okay, that's we're through the portals. All right, no, this was near the bottom here. Sorry, wrong chat room. I got 2 chat rooms going here. All right, here we go. And then he says, I know you went to Tim Hortons when they left, which is why it was so easy to see your backyard. I was being security for your place, Dave. Our Keith got the exact same info that I did about the 3 of them. This is true. And yeah. Honestly, this screwed me up big time. But the thing is, it's one thing to affect my timeline, but they would have had to do it to Everett's, to R. Keith's, to now Ozzy Rob's, okay, to Eric Cooper's, to Ola Phillips. 5 people they would have had to screw with on the timeline. Ozzy Rob, let me ask you this, okay? Let me ask you this, Ozzy Rob. When do you, I know you already heard my answers. When do you recall this incident happening? I'm curious about that. And while you're getting that, we'll get to another question here. Lorien or Joey, one of you two. Robin wants to know, why do shoes get left behind when one gets snatched up in a portal?
A portal or a UFO? What are we talking about here?
Portals, UFOs, anything. Let's just go with anything.
Well, if she's talking about like a 411 portal where people go missing and their clothing's left behind, I think that's a very interesting phenomenon. You have to figure that one all out. Go ahead, Joey. What do you think?
Oh no, I can't. I don't have the foggiest why that would happen. And it almost seems comical to me, actually.
Well, I kind of have an idea about it. I've never really talked about it, but after talking to so many contactees who tell me I took off all my clothes, I folded them up, and I was holding them in my hands, frozen inside of the UFO. And I'm wondering if somebody didn't get told to take off all their clothes, and then something happened before they could command them to put them, fold them up in a neat little bundle and bring them with you, right? So that we can dress you when we're done and then push you off the ship, okay? So I'm wondering if something might have happened, if they might have freaked out and started running from them, and then they got hurt or killed or taken, and their clothes are left behind. I mean, I just think it's some kind of horrible accident gone amok with the UFO guys is why those clothes are laying around. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so sorry, Cosmic, about that. I apologize. Robert White, Aussie Rob, says, I recall it being just before Halloween down here, so just prior to the 30th of October.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, see, that's mind-boggling, and it actually happened on August 3rd, you said?
August 3rd, because here's the thing. On my YouTube channel, because we record everything through Spreaker, everything is time-stamped.
Yep, absolutely.
So if you type in August, if you go to YouTube and you type in Spaced Out Radio August 3rd, 2017, that show is going to pop up.
That's the show.
That's the show.
Wow. And there's no way in heck that you couldn't have got a corrupted file through Spreaker that changed the date.
No, because we do all our dates in order. That's why I put the dates on every show. Like tonight is April 24th, 20.
Right. So you're actually tagging the dates.
Exactly.
They're not doing it automatically?
No, I tag the dates personally.
Well, now they could have messed with you enough to make you put in the wrong date.
I don't know.
They've done stuff like that.
I don't know.
That's an easy explanation.
I really do not know.
Yeah.
Let's get to another.
Anyhow,
how you holding out there, Joe? You're awfully quiet. You're not going to fall asleep on us, are you?
No, I'm good. I mean, I'd like to add one thing about those time lapses, though. I talked to 2 Navajo Rangers a couple of years back, and he had a travel where he would go use it almost daily, and it took him an hour and a half to get somewhere. And he had to travel through a lot of the hills there in the Four Corners. And he said this trip usually took him approximately an hour and a half. And he came around the corner one time, and all of a sudden, the landscape, he was very familiar with the curve. And he said that was not what he expected to see. It was just, it looked familiar to him, but it wasn't where he normally sees that curve at. And then he realized, as he traveled a little further, that he was actually at his destination. He didn't remember blacking out. He was still driving, but he got there 25 minutes faster than he normally gets. He couldn't explain it, but he knew that happened to him.
Jeez.
No kidding.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's insane, man. That's insane.
I would like that for when I have to go to work, if I could get there 25 minutes earlier than I show up. That'd be
no
great.
kidding, right?
Yeah.
No kidding. All right. Let's see here. Any other questions from all of you? Yes, George Norrie's mustache is real. I did a close-up check. One of these days, Lorien.
Did you do a poll test?
No,
you didn't grab it.
No,
did you?
I'm going to tell you right now. One of these days, I'm going to grab that fucker. I am. I'm going to.
I know.
I am.
You grab it from one side, and I'll grab it from the other.
Oh yeah, yeah. Love George. By the way, you know what? No, you just hush for a second, lady. I'm going to. I want to give you a heartfelt thank you in front of all your audience. So when I got to San Francisco to speak at Lorien's UFO Con, I had she called me up on the Monday. This is now Wednesday when I'm arriving. Okay, she called me up on Monday and she's like, "You're doing a second speech." Okay, got it. Banged it off. Not a problem. When I get to San Francisco, she goes, "Oh, by the way, you're going to interview Kevin Day because poor Lorien was sicker than anything." And literally,
I had the coronavirus.
You did.
I think I did. And it's not contagious, folks, because nobody got it from me there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Whatever.
So then, with all this surprise going on, that I'm now going to be interviewing Kevin Day on the Friday night, thinking that my roll's over until my speech, Lorien calls me up on stage with George Norrie, and there's Lorien there, there's Paul Hynek, Melinda Leslie, Robert Perala, and myself to play this game, Liar Liar. And George...
Yeah, the Liar Liar game show. I love it.
And George goes and he announces... my name. He announces the panel and then he announces my name, basically telling everybody there to listen to my show over coast to coast. And I just about crawled right under the table. I was so embarrassed because, I don't care if you guys love or hate George or coast to coast or whatever. To me, George is an absolute radio idol. Okay, I love his delivery. I just, it's these nuances in radio that we actually get. And George is a pro, and he's in the top seat. And, whether it was him or Art, I just always idolize him. And when George said that, Lorien, I damn near crawled right under and left that stage, man, because that was brutal for me. Absolutely brutal in a good way, if that makes any sense. So thank you for
you're welcome, but I got to tell everybody on the UFOcon2020.com video on demand page, which I haven't plugged at all tonight, and I should have, is that whole Liar Liar game show's up there. And you can watch it for free. And if you wanted to support us and, maybe make something else happen in my life going forward, I've got a sale going on of the event for $22. That's 22 speakers, $1 each at UFOcon2020.com. Go to the on-demand page. You can buy it there through Vimeo and watch all the 22 speakers. They were all amazing. Dave was in there twice, so you got him for $2. He's a $2 Chuck now. And so there you go. I mean, it's an amazing conference. I always forget to try to sell it, but it was pretty darn amazing, wasn't it?
It was fantastic. But thank you for that opportunity. I really...
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. And I want everybody to go and watch the Liar Liar game and see how good you are at the game show.
Oh, yeah. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, amazing time. But yeah, it still scared the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. Still
Oh,
scared.
that's good. That's good. It's very good. We want to keep you a little bit on your toes.
Yeah, well, when when your legend tells you you're one of your idols tells you you're doing a not bad job or a pretty good job, you kind of get a little sheepish and scared about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I was really happy that he did his research on who you were. See, that made me happy
Well,
because I don't. Yeah, it was really nice. So anyhow,
that's
so
that story.
what do we have any more questions?
I'm just looking here to see if there are any more questions because I got to take a bathroom break. What's your favorite Marvin the Martian episode on Looney Tunes, Dave? I always love the ones where him and Duck Dodgers when Daffy Duck goes after him. Those are my favorites. The Bugs Bunny ones are kind of cool, but the Daffy Duck versus Marvin the Martian, it's always awesome. Always awesome. That's my opinion. Corey is wondering, what is the link? Where do you go for that, Lorien?
UFOcon2020.com. All one word. Just go to UFOcon2020.com and it'll tell you on the homepage. It says go to the on-demand page. From the on-demand page, you can go buy the Vimeo and watch for 6 months on demand. All 22 speakers. You can take your time.
There you go.
$22.
There you go.
And the Liar Liar is on the website, actually. The Liar Liar game, the video is right below where you'd purchase the live stream. So just get on that page. You'll find it. It's really obvious. It's really big.
I know. Look for my big fat head on there, but my hair looks fantastic.
Your hair looked great.
I'm not going to lie. I have the nicest hair on the stage. I did.
You do. You had good hair. That was a good hair day for you.
It was very good hair. I went and got that styled just for you.
I know you did. You came in. I went, oh my God! He went to a hairdresser for me. That's so cool.
I sure as hell did. Sure as hell did. When Lorien Fenton calls, you have to look good. All right. Cosmic Grandmaster is asking, why is John Rhodes not speaking at events anymore?
Good question.
I'm going to let you talk about this. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay, I will continue on here for us for a second. Joey, do you know John Rhodes?
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, I know of him, and I will say, and I'm going to be very diplomatic about this, folks. I do know why he's not speaking anymore. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that there was a lot of people in the community that were starting to question where he was getting his information from about the reptilians, and it just is becoming hard to swallow. And as you guys all know, we were talking about it all night tonight. What we're talking about is scientific fact as compared to people's actual experience. And there came a time in about 2010 where a lot of people were starting to question what people had been saying in the past. And people who didn't stand up for themselves and say, look, I was telling you the truth all along, they were starting to be scrutinized. And I think that's when I started scrutinizing people like David Wilcock. I had a pretty bad experience with David the first time I met him, but I was still willing to give him a shadow of the doubt kind of thing. But people like John Rhodes, which I think John had a lot of really interesting and probably very true stories to tell. But, the rest of the community may have not. And a lot of the conference producers just decided he was too controversial. And that's why you're not seeing him out there right now. That doesn't mean he won't come back. And I kind of hope he does. I really do. I hope he, finds his way back to, talking about some new and interesting information he may be gathering. I really do. As far as David Wilcock goes, I'm doing everything in my power to make sure he never gets on a stage. I'm tired of people like him that get out there and say things like, we're doing a fundraiser for Pete Peterson, and then, steal all the money and keep it for himself. And there's a lot of things. David's not the greatest person in the whole world. And I'm sorry if you guys don't want to believe that, but it's an actual fact. I've done my homework. I've been to PayPal. I know exactly what happened. And so there you go. I mean, I don't. There's 3 things in ufology I won't put up with. That's liars, thieves, and rapists. Okay, there's 3 things. There you go.
Wow.
Is Dave back yet? No, he's not. Okay.
No, he's not back. Lorien, I had a question for you. You mentioned earlier in when we started all this tonight that I think you mentioned angels, and I was just curious your experience with that.
Oh, that's what my aliens are. My aliens are absolute angels. Now, they may be aliens and they're not letting me see their true form, but the only time I've ever seen them is this white light beam by the side of the bed as I was just closing my eyes and falling asleep. Very radiant, very loving. And another time, that woman who came through my bedroom wall, beautiful in a pink dress, just amazing love and everything coming from her. And those are the only 2 beings I've ever really seen. Now, I have been taken a lot more than just that amount, those 2 times. I know that because I was on a ship one time, and this is the greatest, my big story that everybody loves to laugh at me about. And they had me on the ship. I know I was in either a ship or I was in a medical bay at an Air Force base. I don't know. I was in some kind of medical place. I knew that. And these beautiful, loving beings are talking to me and they're telling me, keep your eyes closed. And I said, why? And they said, because we just don't want you to see what's going on. And I said, why? And they said, because we have to ask you this. Do you want to live? Do you want to still live on this planet, on the human planet? And I said, yeah, I do. And they said, well, keep your eyes closed. I said, okay, they're closed. I'm keeping my eyes closed. And they said, we have to do a procedure on you to keep you alive. Do we have your permission? And I said, oh, yeah, go for it. Sure. Why not? They said, well, okay, it's going to be painful. I said, oh, well, how can it be painful? You guys go take care of me. And they said, well, we'll do the best we can to make it less painful. I remember that. Then I put in this contraption and then this procedure happens to me that was very painful and very crazy. And I kind of blacked out during it. And I remember that. Either that or they just don't let me remember it, which is fine with me. But they were very loving. I mean, I didn't look at them, but I can tell you this, the love that was coming off of them, and for them to ask me permission to do this to me, not like the Greys. The Greys never asked permission. None of those guys asked permission to do anything to you. Okay. So I know these are angels because every time I've had to deal with them. I'm sorry, what?
Did you have a scar from that?
Not from that procedure. No, it's a different, it was, I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, no, I know no scars from that, but they were very loving and they kept me alive. I found out later that I had something very wrong with me and I could have died easily. So I think they fixed it. They're remnants of a disease that could have killed me. And so I'm pretty sure they did that. Now, another time that I'm absolutely sure that these guys are angels, I was at a doctor's office. I had just had an MRI done, and it was in San Francisco. I was at a specialist in San Francisco, and I live up north of San Francisco over the Golden Gate Bridge, and it was pouring down rain. It was absolutely just one of the worst days of rain that we've had out here in the Bay Area, and it was just sheets of water. But I'd left the doctor's office and I was really upset and I was not in a good mood and I was trying to get to work and I was driving way too fast. Now, I drive really fast in the rain because I grew up in Portland, Oregon. I learned how to drive in the rain. So the rain doesn't scare me like other people. I can hydroplane 1/4 mile and be fine. It doesn't bother me at all. So I'm zipping over the Golden Gate Bridge at 70 miles an hour where everybody else is going 45 because they can't see because it's that rainy, and it's just pouring, and I hear a voice as loud as day in my head saying, pull over and get in the right lane. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. I said to the voice in my head, I said, I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. I don't feel like it. I want to get to work. And I get to the top of I get over the Golden Gate Bridge, and there's a tunnel up there called the Waldo Tunnel. And I get right to the tunnel opening, and the voice got really loud and screaming at me, get in the right lane now. And I said, no, I'm not doing it. And then as I got halfway through the tunnel, right lane now. It's all I remember hearing, and it was so loud. It was just like echoing in my head, and they meant it. This is like the third time. So I did. I luckily enough had a little break in traffic, just enough to do it. I pulled over, slowed way down, and got in the right lane. And for some weird reason, I don't know if it was going to be me or not, but a car on the other, as you got out of the tunnel, a car from the other side of the freeway hit some kind of what turned out to be like a ramp. It was the way the road was built or something, because it was going uphill, but it hit this kind of ramp thingy. I don't know. All I know is I can tell you folks that I'm not imagining, and it was in the newspapers for 2 days after that about how this accident happened. The car flew up into the air about 25 feet and flipped over and landed top down on top of the car in the far fast lane where I would have been, and killed all the people instantly on the top of the car and the bottom car. And it looked like a sandwich. The car turned over just the same way to land, with the front end upside down to the front end of the car on the ground, and the opposite. It just looked like a perfect sandwich. And everybody was killed instantly. So that kept me alive. And that wasn't the only time something like that has happened. I've had 3 or 4 other instances while driving or in car accidents where voices have told me, you have to do this to stay alive.
Oh my
So
God.
I'm
Who do you
very
attribute
well
the voice to?
I think it's my angel aliens. I really do. I for a long time, I thought it was me in the future telling myself this to keep me around for some reason.
All right. And Lorien, Nikki is asking, are you still repeatedly taken?
No, I've never been repeatedly taken ever. I've had every few years something major will happen. Like, last couple years ago, I started having these amazing downloads where I'm getting movie visions, predictions, whatever you want to call it. I'm getting told what to do in my life. I'm getting crazy stuff. There was a few years where I know that there were, I don't know it. I'm guessing there was some gray involvement for a couple of years at one point. I know that lady that came through my wall was not a gray. I know that the aliens on the ship where I kept my eyes closed, they weren't grays at all. They had to be like Nordics or something. I think I'm dealing with many different types of species. I don't think I'm stuck in other words, I'm not stuck in one program.
Okay. I got a question for you, Lorien.
Using me.
I probably about, I'm going to say 4 or 5 months ago now. Might have been 3 months ago. I went to bed, and it was after the show, and all of a sudden, I just got to remember this. I woke up at like 3 a.m, wide awake. And I had this feeling that there was a gray in my house.
Oh, okay.
And I was looking around, trying to find it. And for some reason, I was petrified.
Right.
Like I was ready for it, but I was petrified. And I kept looking because of the little guys, we sleep with our bedroom door open. And we have a night light out there that's kind of like a dark blue kind of thing, and kind of trips me out. But I stayed up until like 3:30 in the morning waiting for this gray to come into my room. I could see it in my head, what it was, but it never showed up in my room. And I was like, okay, do I go get my boy? No, it's not here for my boy. It's here for me. And I'm just wondering, I'm just wondering if I woke up that they had just dropped me off, or if
I was just going to say that's different.
My other question is, or were they about to take me, but because I've kind of set the rule up through the universe that says, look, I'm not doing this nighttime shit anymore. If you're going to take me, you're going to take me wide awake.
Right.
And I don't know. I don't know what it was. Or if I was just having a nightmare.
Feeling, yeah, it could have been that. It could have been all three, actually. And my gut feeling says you were probably being dropped off, because that's usually what happens. Is that it gets very confusing when I got dropped off the 2 or 3 times that Misha Johnston, good friend of mine, has talked to me about my few abductions. I'm not like everybody else. I'm not in a program. I'm not making space babies. They don't need me every 3 months to put something in me. I'm too old for that. What they're using me for is something completely different. I've yet to figure it out. But anyhow, point to all this is they always, when they drop you off, it's always like you think something else is really happening. you think you just walked out the door to look at a spacecraft and you were looking at it for 5 minutes. Then you think, well, that went away. Okay, I'll walk back in the house, right? And bottom line is, you've probably been gone for an hour and a half or 10 minutes or whatever, and they may have put you back right at the same instant they took you. So you don't have a clue what just happened. Well, and that's happening more and more.
That's what I was wondering.
More and more people are finding it out. Yeah. So that's what I think happened. But, I can't be sure, obviously. And it's just a gut feeling.
Yeah.
Joe, the way you described waking up, and you having your eyes like wide open and just you're awake, Yeah.
Joe, what do you think?
Well, I don't know, Dave. I've never been or felt like I've been abducted. It must be they don't like my bandanas or something like that. So I can't comment on that. It's never happened to me.
Oh, you unlucky bastard. You unlucky bastard. Yeah,
well, this is something I got to say right now. I think nobody should be out there being upset about the fact that they're not being taken, honestly. Because as I say on my show all the time, once you're taken, you are never the same again. And I have days where I sit here and I wish to God nothing had ever happened to me in my entire life. I wish that I could have had a normal life, that all that mattered right now was that I had a restaurant and I was an amazing baker and I had a farm with goats, or I was a jewelry maker and an artist and I had my own dance company still, and I had, 55 dance students in a dance studio, and I was just having a normal life. I'd give anything for that, because once you hit this place in life and you're taken and they're telling you stuff and they're keeping you alive and they're saying, you got to do this now, you got to do the blah, blah, blah. It becomes a responsibility, because now you're awake and you've got to start taking care of humanity, and you certainly can't take care of anybody, but you can't start thinking about yourself over anybody else anymore. There's none of that going on here for anybody that's been taken, because at that point you realize the universe is so big. How can you help humanity? It changes your whole perspective on reality. There's no going back. You can't put yourself back in the bottle again. There's no going being that selfish, crazy hockey player you used to be.
No, I know.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Sorry.
It's kind of screwed up that way. It's kind of really screwed up. Okay. Let me get to another question here. Asteroid is asking, is David Icke a fraud? Who wants to take that?
David Icke is not. No. David Icke is the absolute real deal. I've met him. I've talked to him. He's the real deal. He is kind of pompous. He's getting a little better with the YouTube videos I've seen lately of him. He's getting a little better. He's not quite as pounding people with, I told you so, I was right all along, which is good. Because if he keeps doing that, he's going to lose everybody. But he's been right all along, and I've been following him for, 25, 30 years now, and I adore the man. And he's not everybody's cup of tea, though.
Oh, I think he's full of shit, personally.
Really? Okay, because I know the story about the incident of him seeing the person shapeshift, and I didn't believe it for years. I mean, I knew that David was telling the truth as he saw it, and I always believed his story about mankind and dealing with aliens and the evil queen and all that. I just didn't go with the reptilian stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But then I had my mind control conference in 2013 where I saw a guy shapeshift in front of me, and he started turning into a reptilian. And from that moment on, I was like, David, I'm so sorry I didn't believe in you.
No, because you know what it is for me? I'll tell you what it is for me. Okay. when you make, and I'm going to go against the grain of something I said a little bit earlier in regards to this, okay, where I said, you got to protect your sources. All right. But when you make extremely defamatory, extraordinary claims that he continually makes, okay, I have a very, very tough time in believing that. When my journalism skills kick in and I'm reading someone, okay, and you're looking for little nuances, a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend is not a source. Okay, and when he goes out there and boldly claims that the Queen of England is only as old as she is because she's sucking the blood out of virgin children, all right, well, is my grandmother at 92 a blood-sucking reptilian as well? Or how about Grandma Rose, who's listening to this show at 97 years old? Is she a reptilian sucking the blood out of kids, and that's the reason why she's that age? When you make bold statements like that, you have to have proof, and a source doesn't count at that point. Okay, because look, the rules of journalism are this: if you hear something, it's a rumor. If you hear it again, it's got legs. If you hear it 3 or more times, you have a story. All right.
That's true.
All right.
That's absolutely true.
That's the truth of the matter. And nothing that I have ever heard Ike say, and I tuned him out a long time ago, okay, has ever had any sense or relevance. Okay, now I believe there's 2 David Ikes, though. Okay, there's a David Icke who started as a journalist who was very thorough on his work with his sources and had some extraordinary happenings. But when he went down the rabbit hole, okay, he hit his head about 75 times. He didn't fall cleanly. All right. And that is the difference.
Okay.
That to me is the biggest difference, that I think the guy is absolutely full of shit these days. And I have no problem saying that. Okay. And if
That's okay.
And
I respect your opinion totally. I mean, and everything you said has legs to stand on, is why not to respect him. I'm old enough now and seen his transformations 3 or 4 times. And there was a time that I couldn't stand him either. Trust me. And I just went back on his bandwagon again just recently.
Yeah, not me.
So,
not me. I just
well, I'm gonna stick around and support him, because I'm starting to see some things out of him that I never saw before that I'm quite interested in, and I think he's turning a point in his life where he's finally getting humble. So we'll see what happens. I mean,
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, whatever. I think he's very interesting. I think everybody should read his books, because I think his books are very powerful.
Well, I mean, we'll be able to see. We'll be able to see. I said, I don't trust him. I don't trust his motives or whatever. But that's just me. I want to give a quick shout out here to Diana, tuning in from Sacramento, California. Hi, Diana. How are you? Good to have you here. Thank you for coming on in. Let's see here. Any other questions? Biengo, Dave, do you feel these abductions are done in peace? I've had a couple that were a little strange, and one that I don't fully talk about, but I will get revenge. All right. I will get revenge. And I told that little prick that I will be back.
I love it. Well, there's a wide spectrum. I don't know. Was that question to you, David?
Yeah, that was for me, but you can chime in.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, it goes back to that whole thing where as a mother holds her son out the window, and she has twins, and she holds one son out the window, and he's all happy, and he's looking down. He wants to, his brain is thinking, oh, I love to fly, he's all excited. And the other kid is terrified of heights for the rest of his life. The other guy becomes a pilot, and the other guy, wants to build underground bunkers because he's so afraid of heights. So, is it the experience itself? Is it really, I get that you want revenge, and I laugh because I know Dave wants revenge many times too, over things that have been done to him. And, you know, I used to want revenge for many things, especially the one I won't tell you guys about. But I've gotten to the point where I realized, hell, they asked permission and they fixed me. So what if I got to be mad about it? It may have been very embarrassing, the position they put me in and what they did to me, but it really didn't hurt me. So really, what am I trying to get revenge over? You know, and if they did something to you that you could not recover from, that crippled you for the rest of your life or scarred your brain so you can't function in daily life, then yeah, have revenge. Go after them, tear them apart limb by limb. I have a friend in Florida that did that exact thing. He was so pissed off at them, he woke up on the table. He was able to break their hold on them, and he ripped one of them apart limb by limb. I asked him afterwards, I said, how did that make you feel? And he goes, I thought I'd feel better about it, but I feel terrible now that I killed one of them. So, you know, it's a tough nut to crack, because it really comes down to, how do you want to perceive your relationship with these beings? And do you want it to affect your life to the point where you're hiding in your parents' basement till you're 92 years old? Or do you want to just go out and get a job and let them come and talk to you when they need to, you know, have a relationship with you? I look at it as a spiritual event. And I think that everybody, if they really get a grasp on it, no matter how strange or weird or embarrassing or painful it may be what they do to you, in the end, you're still alive, you're still on this planet, and you're having a relationship with another species that doesn't even live here, in a whole consciousness spirituality realm. And so you're one of the blessed, actually. And I think people need to start waking up to that and trying to have a really nice relationship with the ETs, because I'll tell you what, the few things they've done to the men I've talked to, it can't be any worse than what, you know, military men would do if they were torturing you in this government, and probably a lot less. So anyhow, I've said my piece.
There you go. There you go. All right. Well, you know what? It's almost 2 a.m. here on the Pacific
we gotta
time.
go to bed.
Yeah, I'm actually losing steam very, very quickly here. I want to say, after 5 hours of being on the air with all of you, thank you so much for tuning us all in. Joey, thank you for hanging on out, man. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dave.
Yeah, we say thank you to Amber, to Rich, to William Pullin as well for coming on in and joining us on the SOR Roundtable. And what a good night it was. Lorien, thank you again so much.
You're welcome, sweetie. I love being here with you. You know that.
Oh, yes. I'm a big fan of yours as well, my friend. And thank you for taking me under your wing. I really do appreciate that.
Oh yeah, no problem. You deserve everything.
Oh, thank you. You're
the Dave Scott.
Oh,
Yay.
fuck. All right. That's where I know it's time to end it. But thank you so much, everybody, for joining us tonight. And don't forget to give us a thumbs up